The story starts from the introduction of Euphrain Diddley Bailey. He is from a so-called royal family, where his father is the Chief of Justice. Today is the graduation party. In this gorgeous palace, the king and many important guests will be watching. Euphrain has some problems. The country's prince, Alifaldo, Euphrain's employer, is shouting at his finance, a duke's daughter, Lady Alana Ruthvet Forsyth, calling her a vile woman and framing her to bully a girl named Rifana. He says he will make sure she pays for bullying Rifana, and that he is annulling her engagement with him. So what happened was that he suddenly approached her in the midst of the party, and pushed her. The story goes a little while back. Alifaldo suddenly told Euphrain that he wanted to change fiancés, and as always, forced the task onto Euphrain. Their conversation was confidential and neither the king nor even his own parents have been told yet. Though it looks like a joke, but the crown prince looks serious. The ex-finance, Lady Alana, has both beautiful looks and high social status. There were no complaints. However, the issue was the new girl, Rifana, that the crown prince chose. It is said that she is the beloved child of a guardian dragon with this sacred glow. The dragon is the guardian of the country and has the sacred glow, which brings the power of communication. In other words, the country must have a person with sacred glow. If the beloved child of the guardian dragon is despised or tormented, the country will be abandoned and destroyed. That is who the Prince Alifaldo has chosen as his new fiancée, thus no one is against it. However, whatever is happening right now is a different story. Euphrain feels bad that how daring the prince is to make such a declaration before His Majesty and the Prime Minister, who is Lady Alana's father. Lady Alana tries to stand her ground, but seeing there's no way out of it, she gets up from the floor and smiles, saying that she understands. As there are some procedures to be done for marriage annulment, she asks to excuse her. She turns around to walk away and trips, but Euphrain catches her, her eyes tearing up. Euphrain introduces himself, then says they were in the same class in the academy. Lady Alana doesn't seem to remember. She's been so devoted to the prince that she did not notice Euphrain. She asks him if it won't be a problem for him if he helps her. He says that it is okay. Euphrain says he felt a bit sick seeing what his friend, the prince, had done earlier. Later at the dinner table, Euphrain's father orders him to marry Lady Alana. His father says the Prime Minister, Lady Alana's father, is very angry, and the king is also troubled. That is expected. Being treated so poorly that day, it was natural for the Prime Minister to become an enemy. Alifaldo is the only prince of the country, so he was raised spoiled. Euphrain's father asks him if he had known about these already, if so why he let it go this far. Euphrain says that interrupting into this is the job of higher-up families who are considered friends. Also, he fell victim of Lady Rifana's antics, and ended up reporting the rumors just like she wanted. It seemed like Lady Rifana had been cajoling with the three closest aides of the Marquis. Euphrain was in different class, so he was not involved, but because of that, Rifana had a pretty bad reputation among the women. However, they didn't want to receive the wrath of the guardian dragon, so someone spread the rumor that Lady Alana is harassing Lady Rifana. With just that, the prince labeled Lady Alana as an enemy without even thinking much, and tried to eliminate her. Lady Alana, even with her high social position, became a target of Lady Rifana. Then again, Euphrain thinks that if he hadn't been influenced by Lady Rifana, he wouldn't have been involved. Back to the marriage topic, Euphrain asks if isn't it too sudden to talk about marriage? His father says that is because the Prince Alifaldo has advised the king to banish Lady Alana from the country. It seems because the guardian dragon is in a bad mood. If the story about Lady Alana bullying Lady Rifana was true, even the Prime Minister wouldn't be able to protect her. Euphrain wonders, he is sure on one is bullying Lady Rifana out of fear of the guardian dragon. However, if the story was true, what would happen to Lady Alana? Conclusion of the discussion, Euphrain is marrying Lady Alana, and he has no choice on the matter. He nonchalantly accepts his fate. At the Prime Minister's mansion, furious Prime Minister rushes towards Euphrain and says while holding his two hands that he was moved by his brave appearance last night, and he is leaving his daughter in Euphrain's care now. Euphrain gives a warm smile and says he will give his all. The Prime Minister is surprised to see that Euphrain is so nice. Euphrain thinks to himself, the sudden decision of banishing Lady Alana without discussing with two families, maybe the guardian dragon is involved? Euphrain tells the Prime Minister that he is sure no one has messed with Lady Rifana. He urges him to investigate it as discreetly as possible. Euphrain tells him to believe in his daughter. Hearing that, The Prime Minister hugs him, tearing up. Lady Alana is here. Seeing her, her father, the Prime Minister, hides his crying face to pretend tough. He tells her to take care of her health thoroughly in his strong usual voice. She bids her farewell to her parents, holds Euphrane's hand and apologizes for getting him involved in this. Inside the carriage, they talk about how they do not know where to go and all, since the banishment was too sudden. Euphraine remains calm and cracks jokes like it will be interesting as they might have to live without a house, in case the Earl and the Border do not let them stay. Lady Alana again apologizes. Euphraine says he is fine with it, and asks if Lady Alana won't have a hard time? She stutters, saying she is fine, but she is worried about Euphraine. To this Euphraine says he feels like it will be interesting, so he is fine. Well, on the other hand, he is happy that his wish for illicit love has come true. He says that he doesn't have to follow anyone's orders, and he won't be involved in any useless power struggles, so he will be able to live a carefree life. He tells Alana to think this way. She calls him optimistic. Well, it is not like things can get worse than this. Euphraine wishes for the best. Euphraine gets the carriage to stop out of nowhere. He asks Lady Alana if she can ride a horse. She says she cannot ride a horse. They decide to walk because, after loading their luggage on the horse, named Lucy, Lucy cannot carry two people together. Lady Alana asks if Euphraine was not kidding about walking. He excitedly says they are camping. Night has fallen. They are sitting, lighting fire in the middle. Lady Alana asks where in the neighboring country is the person whom they are going to. He opens a world map and points at it. Lady Alana says it is her first time seeing a world map. Euphraine is taken aback, as she was a queen candidate, but has never seen a world map. Euphraine asks if she needs him to explain it briefly. He explains, in this world, there's a huge continent that imitates the body of a dragon, along with 3 small islands that imitates the head of the dragon. The 3 islands are collectively called 3 Islands of the Red Dragon Heldios. There are several countries on the continent. One in the north, the Purple Dragon Divardios. In the center, Yellow Dragon Mesalegians. And their homeland in the southeast, Azure Dragon Arcegios, is Green Dragon Sagigios. In the southwest, there is Black Dragon Blackithos. It is said that all of these guardian dragons combined make up the King Dragon Clarius. The King Dragon Clarius became the land of this world, and became the origin of all life, or something the legend goes. Lady Alana then says the scales of dragons enrich their lives. Euphraine says she knows that at least. He brings out a dragon stone. Its glow is fading as expected. Dragon stones are the crystallized scales of the guardian dragons. The power of the dragon stones are said to be decided by the distance from the capital of the country. The guardian dragon's beloved child empowers the guardian dragon with her brilliance. If the guardian dragon's beloved child is cherished in a country, the dragon will become the guardian dragon of the country, and bring prosperity to the land. Soon, once Lady Rifana matures, the dragon stones will even be used in broader areas. Lady Alana then says, figuring out that dragon stones lose their ability once they cross the border. Euphraine asks if she did not know that before. Being embarrassed, she says it is because she has never left the country before. Anyway, Euphraine says the country they are in now has its own dragon stone. They will be alright if they buy some dragon stones when getting into town. Lady Alana excitedly asks if the dragon stones are used by commoners too. She's surprised that these are unexpectedly popular. Euphraine wonders if she really had queen education training, judging from her knowledge. They go to sleep as they need to get into town early tomorrow. As Lady Alana has never seen a town, she is amazed. Euphraine says that through here, they will go to Enju town, where his relatives live. The lady seems tired, he says, as they still have money. They are staying here for the night, and he wants to eat a decent meal also. Lady Alana's mood brightens up. Euphraine expected Lady Alana to be like a spoiled kid in this situation, saying she hates this and that, so he planned to fix such behavior of hers. Her speech and behavior became so different overnight. He thinks maybe she hasn't realized the situation she's in now. Then another character arrives, whom Euphraine refers to as Brother Carlet. He asks, being all bubbly, if Euphraine has been finally adopted by them. With his talent, even the stubborn old man would accept. Euphraine says to leave it for now and asks if he knows any good restaurants. Carlet notices a beautiful woman is sitting on the horse behind Euphraine. He expresses her beauty in fine description. Then, disturbed, Euphraine introduces her as his wife. Carlet is very surprised by that. Carlet excitedly and loudly says he cannot believe Euphraine has brought such a beautiful woman here. He calls out to guardian dragon Sagigios. He says it seems she has the protection of Sagigios. Euphron tells him to stop and that they are hungry. Cartel then says he will bring them the most delicious shop. Flustered Ilana by all that enthusiasm, Ilana asks Euphron about the new guy. He says he is brother Carlet from the Dordinal family, the family they are headed to, and Carlet is the more or less the successor. Carlet offers them if they want to ride the carriage. After 6 hours of journey, Lady Ilana is very tired. Euphron says with a smile that it is great that they have arrived early. Euphron asks Lady Ilana what they talked about inside the carriage. She says Carlet wanted to learn about the situation, so she told him everything. Euphron says if it is not too early to talk about that. The Earl of Dordinal rushes to them shouting about the people of Arcegios, Euphron's and Ilana's home country. The Earl talks in a loud voice as if he is angry, about the beautiful jade hair of Lady Ilana and her bluish-green eyes and how even Euphron compares to that. He says he is even more mad at the prince for abandoning his fiancée suddenly and annulling their marriage, and even banishing her to another country. The Earl does seem very mad. Lady Ilana is very confused, and so are the readers. To translate what Earl means is, "Welcome to the Dordinal family. Truly, as Earl's son informed him, there is a beautiful lady here with green hair and bluish-green eyes. However, it is impossible for Euphron to be with her because his hair is scarlet and has red eyes. Those are considered ominous colors in their country." Earl is telling Ilana that she has suffered a lot in Arcegios, so he welcomes her to his home. That is what the Earl meant in his furious speech. In Sagigios, green is the color of happiness, red color akin to flames that burns greenery, and are considered sinister. So Euphron is hated in this country. On the other hand, Lady Ilana is welcomed here, because of the color of their hair. His uncle, the Earl, is quite confusing. The Earl aggressively tells them to enter his mansion. Lady Ilana nervously says sorry to intrude. To this the Earl aggressively responds. Lady Ilana gets scared. Euphron says what uncle means to say is that, in the future, she needs to say I am back. Euphron says from here on out, it will only get worse. Here comes the Aunt Corinna, who loves opera, welcomes the Lady Ilana like an opera singer. Carlet's little brother, Elulate, greets her as well, as loudly as everyone. Such a loud family they are. Euphron feels like running away. The family says they can of course stay the night here. They ask what their future plan is now. Euphron says he wants to rent land from his uncle, and he is thinking of starting a business. Brother Carlet asks enthusiastically if Euphron has any sample products for his new business. He brings out something, a pen. They seem to not know the type of pen he is showing. Euphron explains he put a small ball in the tip of the pen, and adjusted it so that it doesn't eject more than a certain amount of ink. He tells them to try writing with it. They say it is much easier to write it with. They ask if it is not difficult to make the small ball at the tip. Euphron says it is difficult to mass-produce it. He hopes to sell it to aristocrats at a higher price. Lady Ilana is dumbfounded. The pen was made on the request of the Prince Alifaldo. Lady Rifana was born a commoner, and apparently has mentioned that fountain pens and feather pens are difficult to use for her. Thus, the Prince Alifaldo consulted Euphron about a pen that would be easier for her to use. Euphron wanted to reject the request, but the other party was a prince. After spending a whole night, he ended up coming up with this. Aunt Karina says that it will be popular all over the city. She wants one. Euphron asks for 2 silver coins as the price. He is charging a bit much for this, the aunt says. Euphron has made hair ties by another request. It was also made for Lady Rifana. Elulate asks Euphron about another item he has. Euphron says that is soap. That is something he had made through another request. Judging from Lady Ilana's expression, she seems to know what soap is. This was also made for Lady Rifana. He had a hard time making it, but it can be mass-produced, and ladies would love it as a gift. Euphron then gives Lady Ilana soap as a gift. He thinks they look quite like a married couple right now. He thought she looked a little off, but somehow she seems alright right now. Trying to interact with her might be difficult, but she is already doing the best she can do. After all, she was so absorbed with the Prince Alifaldo that she did not even remember Euphron. He thinks it surely is difficult to make your crush like you back. Euphron then brings out another item, a tool to dry, which looks like a hair dryer. It needs a small dragon stone to power it. Powered on, strong air flows through it, seeing that it startles the uncle and aunt. Euphron says it can be used to dry hair. His Earl uncle says he doesn't want to admit it, but all of his products are amazing. He says near the border, there is a former ranch that nobody uses. He gives permission to use it as Euphron pleases. For the time being, they will have the ranch prepared, renovate it within 2 weeks, so that they can live in there. Until then they can stay with them. Euphron asks them how long it will take to become a citizen here. Earl says he will make a report, send it, receive it and repeat. The procedure is quicker in the royal capital, but for the Lady Alana, it might not be as quick. The Earl tells them to wait patiently, as it cannot be done immediately. Euphron thinks to himself, if the so-called crime she committed against Lady Rifana disappears, Lady Alana may be able to return to being a duchess. What will happen to their marriage then? At night, after getting freshened up, in their different verandas, Euphron is amazed by Lady Alana's beauty. As he refers to her as Lady Alana, she says calling her just Lana is fine. As they are a married couple now, it might be suspicious if they are not close. He is secretly happy that he got the permission to use nicknames now. Euphron tells her to call him Fran as well. As they are being serious now, Euphron asks her seriously why she wanted to come. He has been thinking, if he cleared her accusations, she can go home, so she does not have to live here. Alana says that she cannot go back. Fran asks why she cannot go back. She says how would she live there if she just goes back after receiving such an insult. Rather, she has something to ask him. She asks about the drying tool, if he made that tool to dry hair. Euphron says the tool was ordered by 3 of Lady Rifana's simps. They probably told her that they probably made it themselves. Then she mutters about if he is also just an extra. What an opportunist. Euphron doesn't understand what she is talking about, but being chased out as a criminal was probably a great shock to her. She is probably quite tired, so they should go and rest. Euphron tells Lana that they should go and rest. After all, the family wants him to make more hair ties tomorrow. Lana then wishes him good night while smiling at him. She goes inside. Her goodbye smile makes him very happy that he blushes. The slightly unlucky, but ultimately the happiest honeymoon life of a young lady and a lax husband begins. When Euphron was 14, he was forced to debut in high society where he had no interest in. The one who caught his eyes was Lady Alana Ruthvet Forsyth, who was more innocent, more beautiful and lovelier than anyone else. She stole his heart. At the same time he realized she was someone he could never have, so he smiled in defeat. He watched her from afar while refusing talks of marriage. But life is full of unexpected things. Back to the present, 10 copper coins for scrunchies, hair ties. Even though Euphron says it is a reasonable price, Alana says that it is too cheap, as 100 copper coins equals 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equals 1 gold coin. Lady Alana names the hair ties scrunchies. Euphron likes the name. Lady Alana feels proud naming them. Euphron tells her to come up with a name for the soap too. She asks if there is any scent or color on it, and how can he tell the differences. Euphron says maybe by its color? He figures if he does that, people can clearly see the differences in effectiveness. Euphron will make a prototype then. It seems interesting. He says he doesn't come up with ideas themselves, so it helps if Lady Alana gives him some ideas. Lady Alana says Euphron is a creator then. She says then she is counting on him while smiling at him. Euphron feels very motivated because of that smile of hers. Lady Alana seems to be hand-sewing scrunchies. She says it would be easier with a sewing machine. Euphron asks about sewing machine. She says it is a machine that automatically sews things. Euphron then asks if a palm-sized one will do. 3 days later, he really makes a small palm-sized sewing machine. Lana did not think that he would actually make one. Euphron thanks her, saying they are doing well producing scrunchies thanks to her. She says that they can do this much for the Earl family, as they are taking care of them. Euphron feels that enjoying newlyweds is out of character for an arrogant noble woman like herself. Brother Carlet then comes in with the good news. He says they have finished furnishing the ranch. Carlet will take them there tomorrow. He tells them there is naturally only one bed. Both Euphron and Lady Alana blush. Euphron tells Lady Alana to not worry, that he won't lay a hand on her. He says if it is a bed she needs, he will make one for her. Flustered Lana says okay, that is his speciality after all. Euphron wonders when the day will come when the two of them could sleep together. The next day, they have come to their new house. It is pretty shabby for 2 noble persons. Euphron suggests to eat something first. Lady Alana asks if he can cook. Euphron says he can cook simple food. It is her first time seeing an old stove. She wonders how to use it. Euphron says it needs to put firewood in the opening below. She then asks if it would be possible to use dragon stones to spontaneously light the fire with them. Yufren says it would not be entirely impossible, if he includes the effect to generate heat. Lana excitedly asks if he can also make a refrigerator. He asks about it as he doesn't know what refrigerator is. She says she was thinking that, a box that can keep the food cold so that it won't spoil. Something like that would be nice. Yufren agrees with the idea that if something like that he makes, they won't have to worry about having food soiled during summer. He thinks Lana is amazing. He says such a box doesn't exist, but it will be hard to operate without at least a medium-sized dragon stone. She asks if that would be expensive. 30 silver coins for at least one medium-sized dragon stone. They can narrowly afford to just get one silver coin. Yufren decides to ask Carlet. He says with a smirk in his face that they should be getting the payment from the soap soon, so it is fine to ask. If he can actually make the stove that doesn't use fire and the box that retains cold, he can sell them to nobles more than a gold coin. And if they can save up the money, they can renovate the house. Lana is excited about the plan. They go back to focus on cooking harmoniously. Lana is surprised that even though Yufren is the eldest son of a noble, he can cook. He says he is not the heir, so it is okay. His younger brothers are outstanding while he is not suited for the job. Lana still feels bad that he is stuck with her. He asks her how long she is going to keep saying that. Yufren says he feels refreshed that he doesn't have to be ordered around by them anymore. Lana says the Prince Alifaldo and others claimed that they created the stuff Yufren made. Yufren says it has always been like that. If the ones who came up with the ideas are the creators, then it's true. Lana gets super mad, saying they clearly stole the achievements from Yufren. She cannot believe that they only have their beautiful faces, yet they committed such deception so naturally. She is furious. She says he should be more angry about it while holding a knife. Yufren says he doesn't really mind it. He doesn't really have any imagination or desire. Lana says there should be patents, like rules in place for things he created. The things he makes are amazing, so the bad people like them, who are doing whatever they want, should be punished. Yufren was attracted by the fire in her eyes she has now from the beginning. When they first met, her eyes that were passionately fixed on Alifaldo created an intense mass of feelings toward the future that should have been long extinguished. Yufren was surely affected by the fire in those eyes. Lana yells at him if he is listening. She tells him, if someone comes asking him to sell the recipes, blueprints, or the rights to the things he made, mainly stuff like soap and dryer, he has to charge an exorbitant amount for them. She says soap is expendable, so 50 gold coins, the dryer blueprints are 30 gold coins along with 10% of their monthly profits. Yufren asks if it is not too much. She opposes furiously that it is only natural. The nobles can easily afford the price. The people who purchase the dryer blueprints can make a profit in no time. She tells him to trust her. Even though she looks like this, she was in charge of business strategies. She coughs from talking loudly so much. Anyway, she continues that claiming the rights of his products is also his duty. And if he gets 10% of the profits, he can earn money without having anything to do. Yufren asks, wondering if there will even be someone willing to spend that much money to buy them. She spins and says probably, as there is also the range and the refrigerator. She says the refrigerator blueprints should be at least 80 gold coins, and they will be able to make a grand mansion before they know it. Yufren says the soup is done, so let's eat and rest today. They will go buy some soup bowls tomorrow. He says he will sleep on the floor tonight. To this Lana blushes and thanks him. Yufren is a bit sad that Lana agreed to this so easily. In the morning, Yufren wakes up and his back hurts because of sleeping on the hard floor. Yufren is cooking. Lana comes in the kitchen yawning. She goes to wash her face. Fran is happy that he got to see her morning face right after waking up. They are at the market. They split up with Khalid to buy things. Yufren feels like it is a date. A kid calls out to them as newlyweds. He introduces himself as Waz, and that he handles livestock. He has heard from folks that they are the ones selling scrunchies. He says it is almost his mom's birthday, and he proudly says that even he can buy it for her with 10 copper coins. Then he asks them if they want to buy a chicken. One chick costs 10 copper coins. Yufren asks Waz how much is an adult chicken. He says 50 copper coins. He also has cows and sheep, though he recommends buying his goats. Yufren considers buying a sheep as they do need wool to make scrunchies. He then offers to trade a scrunchie for a chick. He compliments Waz, saying he is quite the businessman. Waz says he is nothing compared to Miss Regulus. She is a merchant of this town, so if he is going to do business, it will do well to get on her good side. Then Euphrain asks Waz if Fran and Lana are famous here. Waz says Mr. Clow, who runs a business in town, does not have a very high opinion of Euphrain. Mr. Clow kept complaining about Euphrain's dangerous hair color. Waz asks him if his hair is going to bother him, why not dye it? Euphrain says he inherited it from his mother. Her postpartum recovery was hard. He asks if Mr. Clow does not trust Euphrain, if he can trust Lana, his wife. Waz says, smiling, that she has a really soft color, she will be very popular in this country. Lana blushes a little hearing that. Then she says that she thinks the warm colors of Fran's eyes and hair are beautiful. Euphrain gets flustered by her nice compliment. Waz then says his goodbye to them, then departs. Lana wonders if everyone in the country is like Waz. Euphrain then says, pointing at Carlet, who was coming their way being a ball of energy as ever, the people of this country are just like him. The nobles and citizens of Alsagigios are obedient, and everyone stakes their lives to outshine others. Euphrain thinks as soon as the Prince Alifaldo ascends to the throne, the country will probably fall. Before heading back home, Carlet suggests they meet Mr. Clow. As they are going to stay here formally from now on, they should pay him a visit. Lana offers to go instead, but Fran says it's okay, he got it. As the head of the family, he will be embarrassed to leave it all to his wife. Well, he plans to work hard for Lana's sake as well. Mr. Clow is someone that the Daltono family has commissioned to manage this town. Carlet says that he has been provisionally given the rank of Baron, so he's a noble. From Euphrain's and Lady Alana's current standing, Mr. Clow is someone in a higher position than them. Carrot tells them to not fret, as he is passionate about the craftsman's spirit. Mr. Clow appears. He's quite an intimidating-looking man. Carlet introduces Euphrain and Lana to Mr. Clow. Seeing Lana, Mr. Clow says she is indeed a beauty which is wasted on a red-headed guy. Euphrain takes the criticism in their very first meeting calmly. He cannot deny that Lana's beauty is wasted on him statement. Carlet says despite his looks, Euphrain is a genius. Euphrain is annoyed at how Carlet is pointing at him. Mr. Clow is annoyed, saying if he has made that confusing dragon stone tool, he criticizes it, calling it a convoluted. Euphrain says he doesn't make any convoluted, all he has to do is carve the effect into the dragon stone. There are some more people now staring at Euphrain annoyingly. A muscular woman says that Euphrain is not really aware of anything here. She introduces herself that she is Regulus. She works as a merchant in this town. Euphrain says he has heard about her from a local boy, that she has built her own business. Regulus says that that's just perfect, she wanted to meet Euphrain. It gives Euphrain chills. She continues, inputting such convoluted order into such a confusingly complex design tool is not something Euphrain can normally do. Lady Alana then steps in. She says the selling rights to Euphrain's invention belongs to her. So the negotiations will be arranged and handled by her. She says she plans to have Euphrain invent much more in the future. Profits, revolution, all brought upon by Euphrain will change this country. Regulus seems to like Lana's business spirit. She agrees to negotiate with her excitedly. Euphrain is just standing there. Regulus mentions the product, the dryer. She says they have received their blueprints, but creating something like that is beyond their craftsman's ability. They can manage to make the tool, but the issue is the effect. The carved dragon stone, the complexity of that dragon stone is not so simple. So Regulus wants Euphrain to teach her elder brother, who is a dragon stone crafter, how to carve the effect on the stone. For this she offers 50 silver coins. Lana then says with a smirk if Regulus can only provide them with 50 coins. She adds that unless Regulus includes the profits coming in after this hits the market, Lana refuses to accept the terms. Regulus's eyes widen and smiles. She says Euphrain has a very lovely wife. She offers 2% and that she won't go any further. To this Lana says that just 1% is fine, they will be in their craftsmen's care in the future after all. They shake hands making the deal. Euphrain hesitantly calls Lana, but she says that is okay because Regulus is reasonable. Euphrain feels he let two people meet who should never meet. At home, happy Lana says she will call Fran in when the dinner is ready. Euphrain is also happy and shy that it feels like they are actually a couple. At the dinner table, there are dishes Euphrain cannot recognize. He tastes all of the dishes and says all of them are delicious. She is happy to hear that. She says she is glad they have soy sauce. Lana then says that her idea for tomorrow is that she will make scrunchies for Fran, and Fran will make the refrigerator and the range. He refers to it as the cold box for food. Lana wants him to make the range in a way so she can control the fire for the range. She also says it will be great if Fran adds 2 or 3 fires going at the same time. Fran says it will not be impossible. She thanks him, being super happy. Fran blushes and asks if she has any other requests. She says if he can have the refrigerator 3 shelves inside. Also a freezer will be wonderful. Franz asks about the freezer. Lana nervously says if food is frozen, it can last even longer. Fran says that Lana can really think of the unthinkable. Then she goes to talk about the microwave so the leftover food can be eaten later too, but she hesitates and stops. Fran says that it is okay, he doesn't want to put her on the spot, so she can tell him how she comes up with the ideas when she is ready. Fran wants to get a head start on making them, so he asks if he can leave the rest. Lana says yes. Then he thinks to himself that a majority of the dragon stones they have bought are small. It will be hard, but he can try to carve the effect finely, to divide up the functions. He will have to remodel the metal box to withstand the effects, so he decides to remodel it outside tomorrow. If he pulls an all-nighter, he can finish the effects. It is already morning and Fran is still working on the effect. Lana wakes up. Being worried, she asks if he was up all night. Fran says he just lost track of time. Lana yells at him that he should not do that because that's bad for his health. She says they are not in any rush to make things. She apologizes, thinking he must have felt pressured for her. Euphron is surprised to see Lana being mad at him for such a thing. Euphron is used to staying up late nights to make things the Prince Alifaldo and his friends told him to make, saying Rifana's smile is more important than his sleep. He understands that your girl's smile is more important because he also feels he can voluntarily pull an all-nighter to make Lana smile. Lana throws a towel in his face, tells him to go bath, and that she will go make breakfast instead today. He smiles and says got it. Coming from the bath, he admires Lana's breakfasts because they look as delicious as ever. He says he does not recognize any of these dishes. She answers nervously, she has created them herself. Fran then asks about the yellow dish. She says it is a scrambled egg. Euphron doesn't know what that is. Lana asks if it does not exist either. She then explains how it is made, beat the egg and add milk in it. Fran finds the idea of adding milk on eggs strange. Lana says that is how normally it's cooked. Even bread is made of egg and milk. To this, Fran seems taken aback that Lana doesn't know bread comes from fruit, called breadfruit. Lana is dumbfounded. Fran continues about where bread comes from. Peel the skin, remove the seeds, cut it into a rectangular shape and toast the surface. That is how bread is made. Lana is astonished that all the bread she has eaten in her life were all fruit. She then asks about the sliced bread at the bread shop. Fran says those are also breadfruit. Lana is speechless. Then she furiously shouts that she has been deceived. No wonder the bread tasted strange here. Was the one who named the bread an idiot? Fran calls out to her nervously. Lana realizes she lost control. She then apologizes for shouting. Then they continue to eat. Anyway, Fran finds the scrambled egg very delicious. Fran says that it is very delicious, with a soft smile. Lana gets flustered seeing that. She thanks him. Fran says that the refrigerator is almost done, so he asks if she wants to see it. Lana is surprised. She says it is amazing that it is almost done already. It reminds him of the jerk Prince Alifaldo who did not appreciate his works. Fran chuckles and calls Lana a strange person. Lana gets so flustered that she becomes red. Fran worries if she has a fever. Lana gives another idea about washing machine and oven, though she feels bad as Euphron is already busy with previous concepts. Lana explains, a washing machine is a dragon stone tool that automatically does the laundry, and an oven is a simple tool that bakes food to golden brown, kind of like a stone kiln. Imagining the image of these tools, Euphron says they are going to be the same size as refrigerator and range, then it will have to use a middle-sized dragon stone. The average price of a dragon stone is 50 silver coins, 40 if it's cheap. Lana is disheartened. Fran says he can make a stone kiln if she wants one. Lana says that she does not know how to use a normal stone kiln though. Fran is into deep thoughts. Then Lana offers to make him some delicious food, but she really wants to bake some wheat bread. She is earnestly requesting him to make her an oven. It touches his heart. He says he will make her a stone kiln before the day ends. She is interested in a stone kiln too. Lana is very happy and excited. She will treat Fran with some delicious bread. Then someone knocks at the door. Regulus comes in enthusiastically. She has brought her elder brother Grice, the dragon stone crafter. He seems to be a bit shy and awkward person, unlike his sister, Regulus. Lana asks what is a dragon stone crafter. Dragonstone crafter is a craftsman who carves effects into a dragonstone. They use a special pen known as a dragon pen to carve the effects, Fran explains. Unlike himself, who is an untrained enthusiast, Grice is a pro who makes a living from it, Fran says to Lana. Lana tells him to not say such a thing in front of a pro. Regulus says that firstly, they make a temporary house while the repairs are underway, then they will move their bedding. The plan is to have everything done in a week. Then Mr. Clow comes in, breaking the door. He is mad that they did not come to get him to visit the new couple for business. Regulus and Mr. Clow are bickering. Euphron is frustrated about why the people at Sagigio's are so loud. Fran initiates the conversation with Grice. Grice nervously says that it was on Regulus's request, and he heard that he could see a blueprint with a pretty unusual effect carved. Lana figures Grice is talking about the dryer. Fran seems to feel pressured as he will be teaching a pro. Fran asks if it will be okay after he makes the refrigerator. What is a refrigerator? Lana's demeanor changes into an elegant noble. She says they were just about to have a demonstration. Everyone here will witness how much of a genius Euphron really is. If this has piqued their interest, Lana requests 80 gold coins for the refrigerator blueprints, and 10% of their monthly profits. Mr. Clow and Regulus say that is quite a lot. Lana tells them to pay attention. As this country's food culture will change, she will show Euphron's true worth. Fran abruptly stops her. He asks to not raise it too high. Lana smilingly says that it is fine. She tells him to wait and watch. She will make sure that he knows the actual value of his talent. Euphron has made the refrigerator. He is turning it on in front of everyone. He cuts a bit of his fingertip and drops a few drops of blood on the dragonstone, which is above the refrigerator. The dragonstone core shines after being given some blood. The lights come from the effects of it being embedded into the stone. The blood hardens and turns into a fixture that supports the dragonstone. After letting it adapt to the stone for some time, it can now function as a dragonstone tool. Because Euphron had planned for the dryer to be interchangeable, the dragonstone he used on the dryer was grounded up to a round shape. The dryer was much easier to make than this refrigerator. Seeing blood in Fran's hand, Lana panics. She holds his hand panicking. She did not know this requires such a scary process of using blood. On the other hand, Euphron is panicking that Lana is holding his hand. He finds her hands very soft, small and warm. Patching up his cut, they go back to the refrigerator. Mr. Clow wonders if something is happening. Grice notices something. It is cold. Regulus, Grice, everyone is surprised. Euphron says he has built the top to be at freezing temperature as Lana described, and designed it so that the cold from there makes its way downwards. Lana's noble demeanor comes back and asks what Miss Regulus thinks about it. Just by putting the food inside, she can greatly delay the decomposition process. Regulus is in disbelief. To think that not only it is remarkably colder than an underground storage, but it is also possible to do so with a medium-sized dragonstone. Lana offers the deal again of 80 gold coins and 10% of their monthly profits, and Regulus accepts the offer in a heartbeat. Seeing such a crazy deal being done, Euphron tells her that the refrigerator is just a prototype. The box may not be able to hold the power and break. He asks for 1 month to at least test it before selling the blueprint. Regulus then complains that 1 month is too long to wait for it. She's sure that it will be sold out at the castle in the blink of an eye. They did not know Euphron was a former nobleman. Seeing such an invention like the refrigerator, Grice seems upset that a former nobleman's skill is above his. He says there's no way he can do something like this. Euphron had to learn about these because the Prince Alifaldo and his friends told him to. That's why he was only slightly above an amateur, or so he thought he was. Now Regulus wants to recruit Euphron in her company. Lana stops her. She holds the full ownership over the selling rights. Not being able to go past Lana, Regulus strikes another deal. She requests the right to claim first pick on Euphron's inventions. Lana immediately approves. Then Regulus talks about guiding her older brother about the dryer blueprints. Upset, Grice asks Regulus if she's planning on having him make a dryer. He cannot do it unless it's a large-sized dragonstone. Then Regulus provokes him a bit. Then he lashes out about his 10 years of training and all. Lana feels super proud about Euphron's overwhelming passive-aggressive recognition. Nervous Euphron says the dryer is not that complicated. Grice snatches the blueprint from his hand and looks. He agrees that it is not that complicated, but there are a lot of things to do. He asks his sister if she has a medium-sized dragonstone prepared. Euphron tells them about a smaller size one, and Regulus and Grice look at him in surprise. Lana then asks Fran if he understands now. The Prince Alifaldo and his friends were abusing his talent and time without any proper compensation. Fran says it still doesn't feel real to him, but he feels like he gets it a little. Lana says she is different from the Prince Alifaldo and his friends. She will make sure to properly pay him for his hard work. She seems to realize something suddenly. She wonders if the deal was not enough. Euphron thinks to himself while looking at her warmly. Lana has taught him that he has such a talent. She huffed in anger because of someone like him. He went through trial and error for the gifts they wanted to give the girl they liked. He felt envious that they had ideas to give about the gifts for the girl. From now on, he makes up his mind to make things only for Lana and Lana alone. He is very thankful to Lana that no one else but she has shown him the talent he possesses. Mr. Grice is focusing on carving effects on the stone with the practiced dragon pen that can be used to both write and erase. His sister Grice is cheering him on. Euphron asks Mr. Clow if he can make him a stone kiln. Hearing that, Regulus turns around and asks excitedly what he is gonna do with a stone kiln. Lana excitedly responds that she is going to bake some bread, proper bread from wheat. Not any enthusiastic response she's getting from Regulus, as that is expected since bread comes from a fruit. Lana is confused and asks what they use the wheat for then if not for bread. Her knowledge does not coincide with theirs, hence the confusion. Regulus says they use it whenever they make pasta and pastries. She then mutters that the inconsistency of the creator's knowledge is scary. Lady Alana seems to break the fourth wall quite often. Fran says they can make the stone kiln from the feed they got from training Grice. Regulus joins, saying she wants to try the wheat bread Lana is planning to bake. Then she says that she wants to buy the dryer blueprints now, so asks if they can sell them. Regulus also wants Grice to master the refrigerator's blueprint, so she will ask someone else to make the dryer. Madame Dulcinel and Regulus have already planned on promoting it. Euphron is surprised that his aunt is in it too. Lana just got a good idea to sell. She offers 1 silver coin. Those two start to discuss it excitedly as ever. So Fran goes to check on Grice's training. Mr. Clow fidgets to ask Euphron if he can make him the refrigerator machine. He says he will buy the dragon stone for it. If possible, he wants it right away. Mr. Clow doesn't want a moment to lose. Lana says it is not up for sale yet though. Euphron asks why he should make him one. Mr. Clow really wants to taste cold pudding. He thinks if pudding could be cool, it would taste more delicious. The thought of this makes Mr. Clow very excited. Eating a cold pudding after a day's work is what he looks forward to in life. Lana asks Fran if he can make him a small refrigerator, around 30 to 40 centimeters. Euphron makes it right away. Mr. Clow hugs the small refrigerator and asks about the price. Lana says it is 10 gold coins. Mr. Clow shouts that it's too much. Lana calmly says it is discounted. She asks if Mr. Clow is complaining about the manufacturing fee even though he is a craftsman himself. She adds that it would be one thing if he was going to promote it, but as it is only for personal use, so that much payment is naturally required. Mr. Clow cannot argue back to that. Then Euphron asks Mr. Clow if he can continue to renovate their house. They will pay 5 gold coins for that. Also, if he can repair the ranch, barn and chicken coop, he offers 1 gold coin and 30 silver coins for that. Mr. Clow says even after all that, he will still have to pay 3 gold coins and 70 silver coins. Euphron then requests to make them a decent stone kiln. Mr. Clow takes the work, and tells him to say if he has any more requests. Regulus pops up from behind and says that Mr. Clow has brought it upon himself, and if anything, this is cheaper. Looking at Euphron, Regulus says that he does not look very pleased. The craftsman nowadays cannot reproduce the products he has created. She says that he is the only one who can make such a thing. Lana says she has provided the ideas to him. She will be doing the same in the future as well. Fran is a genius, so she is sure he will make anything she asks him to. True, Euphron does want to make anything Lana wants. Then Lana says loudly that she will sell his invention at a fair price and restore his honor. Euphron does not get why Lana is so adamant about selling his work. Lana continues she will have his achievements resound throughout all of Alsagigios, their home country. Fran requests not doing it. He can already see troublesome things coming out. Regulus chuckles and calls them a lovely couple. For Euphron, this still does not feel real to him. He thinks there is no way his inventions can be worth that much. Later that day, a lady should not be on the floor, but Lana is sitting on the floor and making yeast. Fran asks what yeast is. She says with this she will make super fluffy and tasty bread. She then nervously adds that is what she had read in the book. Then Lana feels she should confess something. She tells Fran she has something to say. However, Fran has to go to feed Lucy, his horse, so he asks if it can wait. After giving food to Lucy, there's a carriage outside waiting. Inside it, a guy sitting named Dardis. Dardis tells Euphron that he did a good job escaping. Euphron tells him to make it short so that Lady Alana does not get suspicious. Dardis informs that Starlet, one of Lady Rifana's simps, embezzled public funds for his personal use. Dardis tried to stop him, but he wanted to buy a dress as a present for Lady Rifana. Euphron responds to this by calling Starlet an idiot. Of all things, he had to touch national funds. Euphron thinks they are making Dardis the scapegoat then. Dardis asks if there is anything he can do now. Euphron asks if he cannot just supplement the missing funds. Dardis shouts that that is hopeless. Then there's nothing to do. Euphron asks why he has come to him though. That is because the Prince Alifaldo asks him to. Alifaldo told Dardis to bring Euphron back. Euphron says he doesn't want to go back. Dardis knew Euphron would say that, but the prince told him to convey the message. Dardis requests him to come back, but Euphron's not going. This is a threat directed towards Euphron. He is basically asking Euphron if he will save a friend who is on his way to be executed. Euphron grins. He asks if that money was going to be used for the canal maintenance. He is right. Euphron says that Starlet probably has brought only one dress. The Prince Alifaldo wouldn't allow any man to buy his fiancée multiple articles of clothing as expected. It was said that the one who possessed the sacred glory must be treasured. A single dress was probably nothing more than a tribute to such a person. Euphron thinks to himself that Alifaldo's close-mindedness led him to display possessiveness. On top of that, his feelings toward Lady Rifana were written all over his face. He refused to let her heart be moved by anyone else. Still, he did not want to be viewed as narrow-minded or inflexible. As such, the dress probably costs 3 gold coins. However, 3 gold coins is a fairly large amount. Euphron highly doubts it, but it is possible that Starlet is seriously planning on making Lady Rifana his. However, that goal is definitely impossible. Euphron says he will impart his secret technique for covering up the basic case of embezzlement. He writes it down and gives it to Dardis. Euphron says if this doesn't work, there is nothing else he can do then. His work is done here, so he leaves the carriage. Then Dardis requests him again to come back, and that they cannot take it anymore without him. Euphron gets angry. He asks if he is joking right now. He says that once he left, those guys' reckless behavior had to be handled by Dardis and his peers, who are their friends. Euphron had endured it for 8 years to be precise. He tells Dardis to tell the Prince Alifaldo that he has already acquired Lady Alana, whom he has discarded. Dardis then asks if she has something over him. Euphron says he can say it that way. He tells him to hurry up and go home. Euphron suggests that he starts thinking about his future too. He comes back home. Lana says he took a while outside. Euphron says he lost track of time brushing Lucy. He asks where the bread that she was making. Lana says Fran will see it tomorrow. Fran is looking forward to it. Fran looks quite tired now. Lana suggests going to bed right away after supper, as he pulled an all-nighter last night. Then he mentions that she was about to tell him something before. Lana tells him that she will say those tomorrow. Next, the day at Exceed, Euphron and Ilana meet the boy Nanade Waz. Waz asks them if they have finished the scrunchie he commissioned. They have finished it, so they came to deliver it now. Waz says that they cannot right now, as he wants to surprise his mom. He asks if they can wait a bit. He needs to deliver some eggs first. He says he is delivering them to the house that ordered them. Euphron is amazed that he also provides such service. Lana mentions that the people in this country do not seem to make fried eggs, even though pudding is a thing here. Waz doesn't know what fried eggs are. Lana excitedly offers to teach Waz the recipe of scrambled eggs as well as fried eggs. Later, some local women gather around them because of the new egg recipes and helping Waz sell his eggs at the same time. Waz is very happy to be able to sell so many eggs today. Lana asks if they can also have some eggs then. Waz says if only they are okay with the eggs harvested yesterday, it will be on Waz. He gives the eggs as thanks for today and the chick. Lana gives him the scrunchie he ordered. Euphron is looking at them enduringly. He is happy here. He wants to protect this happiness and Lana, as the husband of the banished lady. There's a cute chick among the eggs. Waz asks them to treat the chick well. Their home renovation is still underway. Therefore, Fran says they will be working on the fields outside, as that will help them save some money. Lana makes a comment that a noble is concerned about money. Fran says he does not want to be told that by the daughter of a duke, who is energetically swinging around a hoe. Then she excitedly says she loves, but stops mid-sentence. Then she says that she heard a story about a duke's daughter who aspired to be a farmer, and even cultivated fields in the school ground is popular among Lana's peers. Lana is just showing her respect for her. Seeing the very clean garden, Fran says it looks like she has some experience gardening. In their farming skill comparison, Fran has lost. Fran asks what they are going to grow here. Lana says the stuff they bought from the city the other day, prunes. Fran asks why. Lana says it is to keep Fran healthy, of course. He says he hasn't been pulling all-nighter recently, and he is not particularly unhealthy or anything. Lana mentions the blood process. She did not know anything about having to use blood for Dragonstone tools. He had make one for Mr. Klaus too on such a short notice. If he has to do that every day, he will collapse from anemia. Unable to argue back, Fran apologizes. That's why Lana has decided to cultivate prune, which is high in iron, to make some jam from it for Fran to eat. She mutters about growing some spinach, and when they are in town, she will have him eat some liver. Fran then tells her that he has some iron supplements, so it's fine. These are sold in the city as Dragonstone craftsmen often use these. Lana then talks about his injuries, when cutting finger to draw blood. There are herbal patches for that. She also talks about the scars, if he has any. He has none at all. Lana sulks, saying that is fine then. Fran finds her cute. Lana says it feels like this is his true self. Before coming here, Fran used to constantly smile that felt superficial, but he is not like that anymore. Then Fran makes a superficial smile and tells her if it is not to her liking, he can go back to that character. Lana says she is fine with it. She asks if he is doing that on purpose. Fran admitted that he recently stopped forcing fake smiles. He used to think that girls liked guys who smiled a lot. He wondered if Lana also avoided fake smiles. Fran explained that when he used to fake his smile, it made him come across as shallow, so he changed the way he talked to match how he really felt. Lana questioned why he'd want to leave such a bad impression on purpose. Fran was shocked and asked if he had really left a bad impression. Lana reassured him, saying she just wasn't fond of shallow, fake people. Plus, she already knew his real personality. When Fran asked if he still gave her a bad impression, she admitted that her view had changed and said he had a gap-mo effect, which meant the positive shift from a first impression to the present. Fran was curious if the term was popular among noble women. He realized that his feelings for Lana had changed too. He had hardly spoken to her before, and his initial impression of her was different. He had once mistaken her pride and attitude, but after spending time with her, he realized it was more of an act. However, being alone with her was rare because she was the Crown Prince's fiancée, and Fran feared what the prince might do if he saw them together. He wondered if Lana had avoided him earlier because of the shallow impression he had left. Fran then mentioned that he was planning to work on the pasture next, so their horse, Lucy, could graze. Lana was excited to help, which surprised Fran because of her enthusiasm and energy. Without wasting any time, they both got to work, preparing the pasture for Lucy. After finishing, Lana admired their work and praised its perfection. Fran found himself confused by the whole situation, unsure if his behavior was a reflection of his own personality, or due to Lana's eccentricity, which had probably caused her to avoid him earlier. She then asked if he had any plans for later. Fran told her he wanted to teach her how to catch fish, and she agreed. As they sat by the river with their fishing rods, Lana realized that fishing required a lot of patience. Fran explained that they just had to wait, and asked if she was up for the task. She expressed concern about unhooking the fish but assured him she could handle it, even suggesting a friendly competition to see who could catch more fish. She grew more excited with each catch, and Fran suddenly noticed the sky growing darker. Sensing danger, he warned her to stay still, saying it could be fatal. Just then, Lana exclaimed about a massive creature, which looked like a poisonous butterfly, that had appeared. Fran quickly recognized it and urged her to be cautious. Lana agreed and, without hesitation, cast her line back into the water. Suddenly, she felt a tug and told Fran she had caught something, asking if it was a fish. Impressed by her quick catch, Fran advised her to stay calm and pull the line slowly. But before he could finish, she yanked the rope, and Fran remarked on her quick reflexes. Lana proudly held up an enormous fish and asked what species it was. Fran identified it as a carp. When Lana suggested they try again, Fran worried their refrigerator would soon reek of fish and decided they should stop. They took the fish to the table to prepare it. As Fran sliced it with his knife, he mentioned keeping the innards for fertilizer. Lana commented on Fran's versatility, and Fran responded that in Alcigio's, a man would be ridiculed if he couldn't prepare a simple fish. Lana questioned this, and Fran explained that Alcigio's was a water-rich nation with rivers flowing into a vast lake where the capital was located. It was believed that a guardian dragon rested there, and both nobles and commoners ate fish regularly because of how plentiful it was. Fran speculated that his skills had improved thanks to Alfaldo and others' encouragement, though he chose not to reveal this yet. Now that he was no longer in Alcigio's, the responsibilities had likely shifted to Dardis, who Fran hoped would be able to handle the tasks. Lana then recalled the fish dishes they used to eat back at the mansion, which filled her with nostalgia. Fran asked if she missed Alcigio's, but Lana brushed off the question, noting that she hadn't even gotten to the topic she wanted to talk about yet. She asked for a moment to gather her thoughts. Suddenly, they heard a meowing sound. Fran was puzzled, but then a tiger appeared, mimicking the sound of a cat. Both Fran and Lana were stunned by the tiger's sudden appearance. Fran figured the tiger was eyeing their fish. Lana refused to give it up, insisting it was their dinner. Fran pointed out that if they didn't share, they might become the tiger's dinner. Lana, realizing the tiger's cute behavior, agreed to split their fish with it. Fran noticed the tiger's obvious hunger, and couldn't help but worry if it might attack them. Lana, in response, decided to give half of their catch to the tiger, and afterward, she eagerly expressed her desire to catch more fish. Fran, somewhat amused, agreed, and Lana set off with the tiger by her side to continue fishing. Meanwhile, Fran stayed behind to focus on preparing the food, all while keeping a close eye on Lana and her new feline companion. Before long, Lana successfully caught a few more fish, feeding them to the tiger as she went. When she managed to reel in an especially large fish, she was surprised by her own luck. She had expected saltwater fish to be more elusive, but Fran confirmed they were indeed saltwater fish, even though it was odd to find them in that spot. He thought it was best not to overthink it, and instead complimented Lana on her impressive fishing skills. Lana, equally surprised, marveled at her newfound talent, but Fran decided it was probably time to call it quits for the day. As they watched the tiger happily devour its meal, Lana noticed their bucket was already overflowing with fish and wondered what to do next. Fran suggested cutting back on what he had prepared, listing options like sweet fish, rainbow trout, and string fish. He pondered whether they should eat the elusive stringfish, especially since the sweet fish and rainbow trout were unusually large. Fran suggested grilling them to eliminate any lingering fishy smell, which piqued Lana's interest. She was especially eager to try the salt-grilled sweet fish. As they wrapped up their cooking, Fran silently promised himself not to overthink the odd details of the day. Once they finished eating, he planned to forget all about it. While frying the fish, Lana suggested that they eat outside for a change, mentioning it could be fun since they hadn't done that since their first day. Fran, reminiscing about the tough bread and dry meat from that day, agreed that it had been a pretty shocking meal. Out of nowhere, a tiger appeared, having followed Lana, and affectionately rubbed its cheek against her before placing a paw on her. Fran quickly warned her to be careful, pulling her away from the tiger. As they moved back, Lana insisted she had just stumbled, but Fran reassured her, reflecting on how he had instinctively caught her at a party once, although he acknowledged that touching her without permission wasn't right. Lana then asked if the tiger could try some of their salt-grilled fish. Fran hesitated but eventually agreed, saying that since he had taught her how to fish, she probably didn't need his help anymore. Confused, Lana pointed out that she had been fishing much longer than he had and insisted it was only fair to share her catch with him. Suddenly, the tiger made a noise, and Lana asked if it was leaving. Instead of leaving, the tiger roared loudly, prompting Fran to tell Lana to stand behind him. Moments later, the tiger's adorable cubs emerged, and Fran couldn't help but comment on how cute they were. Lana asked if she could touch them, and the tiger allowed her to hold one of the cubs. She played with it, and soon Fran joined in on the fun, watching as the cubs fed from their mother. Fran found himself wondering if tigers could have 7 cubs in one litter, recalling the lesson about tigers usually having only 4 cubs at a time. He remembered being warned by a woman about the fierceness of mother tigers when raising their young, advising people not to approach them. However, he observed that these tigers weren't the type to beg humans for food and likely had a rough time raising their cubs. He patted the tiger's head, reassuring it that it could return whenever it wanted until its cubs were independent. There was no need to worry about food, as there were plenty of fish around. With that, the tiger and her cubs left. Fran's mention of being called a pro fisherman suddenly sparked something in Lana, who declared her intention to catch tons of fish. Fran, however, insisted they call it a day, as he anticipated the tiger's return with her cubs the next day. He pictured Lana catching a lot of fish and enjoying them to her heart's content. Lana waved goodbye to the tiger, advising it to be careful on its journey back. As Fran prepared to explore the forest, he told Lana to head home, then set off in a different direction. While walking, Fran found himself contemplating the tiger's strange behavior. He wondered why it would come into a human settlement to beg for food, especially with so many cubs in tow, and something felt off to him about this. Suddenly, he heard rustling nearby and spotted something moving along the river and a cliff covered in rocks. He figured it could be a good path and decided to set up camp there. Noticing they had the same idea, he guessed they hadn't yet reached the border. Then, he heard a man seizing a sheep and eagerly declaring his craving for real meat. Fran stepped in, freeing the sheep, and when the man demanded an explanation, Fran accused him of lying about the sheep belonging to him, as it had clearly run away. As the man grew angry, Fran quickly pulled out a knife and pressed it against the man's throat, ordering him to lower his hand. He then demanded to know where the man was taking the female tiger. The man revealed he was taking the tiger to Alcigio's. Fran wasn't surprised, knowing that some in Alcigio's used beasts for rugs to show off their authority. Fran calculated that the value of the female tiger, especially with her cubs, was worth 2 tigers. Coldly, Fran suggested that maybe he should skin the man and spread his fur around too. Terrified, the man begged for mercy, saying he'd do anything to be let go. Without hesitation, Fran pushed him to the ground, seized his knife, and vowed that the man would never set foot in his territory again. Watching the man flee, Fran noted with satisfaction how thoroughly intimidated he was. Reflecting on his lineage, Fran acknowledged that the house of Didalel was known for their agility, and he admitted that the third son was even more skilled than he was. He expressed concern for both the children and his friend, appreciating his friend's consistent efforts. Considering the mother tiger's intelligence, Fran speculated that she was likely a dragon tiger, a descendant of tigers with dragon blood, which explained her cleverness in navigating the dangerous forest and ensuring her cubs' survival. Deciding it was time to return, Fran thought they should catch a bird as a souvenir before heading back. The next day, as the tiger enjoyed its meal, Lana remarked that it seemed like the tiger liked talking while eating. Fran agreed, acknowledging the possibility. Lana even suggested keeping the tiger as a pet, but Fran quickly shut that idea down, saying it would be too much to handle. He reminded her that the tiger would keep visiting until her cubs were independent. Lana then talked about her recent fishing experience, mentioning that while she had caught plenty of fish the day before, she hadn't caught any today. She wondered if it was some kind of dragon blessing. Fran dismissed that idea, assuring her she'd likely catch plenty of fish the next day. Lana reasoned that everyone had off days but complained that plain chicken wasn't as tasty, so she brought something else. When Fran asked what it was, she revealed it was a failed attempt at wheat bread. She explained that humans couldn't eat raw bread, but she figured it would be fine for the tigers. Fran warned her against feeding human food to animals, but it was too late as the tiger cubs happily devoured it. Fran figured Lana meant well and decided not to intervene, although he did wonder if it was the right call. They agreed not to feed the tiger any more human food from the next day onward. As the tiger's expression grew more serious, Fran shared his concerns with Lana, explaining that wild animals couldn't find that same taste in the wild. Lana suggested they make blood sausages to go with the food, and Fran smiled, acknowledging her love for them. Lana finally baked some wheat bread, and Fran noted that their home was now finished. When they returned, they found all the workers there. Fran realized that not only had they repaired the house, but they had also revitalized the old ranch. Although the refrigerator was part of the payment, Fran was grateful for the extra effort the workers had put in. As he surveyed the fields, Fran wondered what crops they should grow. Knowing Lana's cooking skills, he left the decision to her. Lana chose to grow wheat, saying the bread now matched her perfect vision, and she promised to treat Fran to some delicious bread. Lana presented a slice of the bread to Fran, and he was amazed. He had never tasted anything like it before. Mr. Clow, visibly angry, questioned if it was really bread. Lana confirmed it was, noting its fluffy and moist texture despite having no sugar. The others were surprised to hear there was no sugar, though Lana mentioned there might be a hint. Lana thanked Fran for the oven he made, which had helped her bake the perfect bread. Fran felt reassured that he wasn't useless after all. Regulus pointed out that Lana was putting a lot of pressure on Fran, but Lana insisted she just wanted Fran to realize how remarkable he was. Regulus admired the bread's texture and unique taste, suggesting it could be a big seller. He offered 10 gold coins for the recipe and encouraged Lana to sell it. Lana agreed, dreaming of baking enough bread to supply the entire town. Fran noticed Lana and Regulus were becoming quite close. He proposed to Regulus that they open a bakery in town, and she agreed, adding that she'd like to see a diverse menu. Fran and Lana decided to check the house, and Lana was thrilled to see their rooms were on the second floor. Mr. Clow assigned the left room to Lana, the right room to Fran, and 2 extra rooms for the kids. Although Lana and Fran were surprised, Mr. Clow assured them they would find the rooms useful in the future. As they unintentionally drew closer, they both turned away, apologizing. Later, Lana called Fran to discuss something. Just then, someone came to tell Lana that Regulus was calling for them. Lana promised they would go, and suggested they talk later. Fran agreed, watching her leave and realizing they had both forgotten about the children's rooms, which seemed pointless for a fake couple like them. That night, Fran revealed he had something to share and handed Lana a letter. Curious, she opened it and saw it was a citizenship application for Selgigios. Fran explained that if she were accepted, she would never return to the Blue Dragon Alcigios. They had been contacted once in the past 3 months, indicating that Alfaldo had completely severed ties with him. Lana admitted she didn't care about this. When Fran asked if she had any lingering feelings, she acknowledged that she did and began to explain why. Lana told Fran she had memories of her past life. She recounted the day her engagement was announced and explained that her world was from a light novel where she lived as the villainess. Fran was confused and asked her to explain again. Lana described her past life as an employee at a company where she was treated like a slave. She remembered being abused and ordered to jump off the rooftop of a rival company. Fran wondered if it was similar to being ordered around by an aristocrat and leaping from the roof of a rival mansion. Lana confirmed she had done that, and believed she was reborn into a duke's family because of her good deeds in her past life. She had strived to excel at work and live as a model modern Japanese person. Lana found comfort in light novels, particularly one called The Guardian Dragon's Beloved Child, where a commoner born in Blue Dragon Alcigios discovered a sacred glow and found love with a prince. The heroine was Rifana, the prince was Alfaldo, and the rival villainess was Lana. Lana's engagement was always annulled in these stories. Fran asked if the world she described was from the novel. She confirmed and recounted details from later volumes where Lana collaborated with evil dragon worshippers and was ultimately defeated. Fran asked if Lana would follow the same path. She firmly stated she wouldn't sacrifice herself for such a foolish prince, or a heroine blinded by idealism. She had no desire to be involved with them anymore. Fran asked if Lana was a reincarnation. She clarified that it wasn't exactly so, but her memories were a mix, making it hard to distinguish details from different lives. She had recently recalled these memories and hoped they would settle soon. Reflecting on her situation, Lana wondered if she should continue to act like a noblewoman. Fran assured her he liked both sides of her, and was fine with whatever she chose. Lana decided she would follow what felt right for her. Fran remarked that this was why he had decided to live in that country, and she encouraged him to live as he wished without constraints. She mentioned a noblewoman who had bullied someone and been banished, contrasting herself as the Duke's daughter who had never bullied anyone despite possessing the sacred glow. Lana initially saw Fran as a side character who gifted overly useful items to the hero, but she realized the author distorted details and invented unnatural tools to ground the confusing world. When Fran asked if she was calling him useless, she clarified she didn't want to burden him with her concerns, but found his support reassuring. Fran promised to show her he wasn't just a side character, and Lana thanked him, saying he deserved her gratitude. Fran responded that he was the one who should be thankful to her. Fran looked back on the past month since Lana's confession and the completion of their new house. The fields and ranch around the place had been fixed up, and now they had a barn and a well-stocked chicken coop. Lana had the idea to create an automatic dairy product machine for making cheese, butter, yogurt, and white sauce. Fran was skeptical, thinking it would be tough without a large dragon stone, but Lana had already ordered one. Determined, Fran excitedly suggested they go cow shopping the next day. Lana had been in high spirits since then, as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders, making her even more endearing. Fran had worried she might collapse from the tension, but that wasn't the case. It had been a while since they'd gone to town alone. The next day, Carlot approached them and asked how they were doing. When he found out they were working with Regulus on some innovative projects, he praised Fran's intelligence, calling him a genius. Lana suggested they continue the conversation elsewhere and asked Carlot to help them buy some food. Carlot playfully commented that Lana's way of asking wasn't very cute and encouraged her to try again. Lana, with a mock-cute voice, said Fran wanted to eat a lot of food, which earned her Carlot's approval. Fran showed off the new bread Lana had made, highlighting how amazing it was to bake bread from wheat. He had tasted it and found it delicious, and Lana thanked him for the compliment. Carlot mentioned that Regulus had proposed opening a specialty shop to sell their products and suggested Lana oversee it. Lana was interested and promised to think about it. Carlot also offered to taste test the menu if she was working on one. As Carlot grew closer to Lana, Fran intervened, pulling Lana away to check out the cows, saying they could discuss things later. Carlot apologized for intruding, and Fran did too. Lana reassured them both that it was fine, though she questioned if they were sure about buying the ingredients since Carlot usually handled that. Carlot said it was fine, as he was used to it. Fran was concerned that Lana might get wrapped up in bakery discussions, so he asked if the idea of making bread came from her past life. Lana admitted it did, feeling a bit guilty about using an old idea but emphasized it wasn't exactly her creation. Fran pointed out that without her introduction, they wouldn't have thought of making wheat bread. Lana asked if he really felt that way, and Fran agreed, adding that he would hate to live without such delicious bread, especially when her smile made even trivial matters seem unimportant. Lana then shared her plan to sell cheese at the bakery and try selling sandwiches she enjoyed from her past life. Fran suggested that with Lana's many recipes, they could make a significant profit and proposed opening a ranch cafe. Lana liked the idea and proposed serving coffee and snacks. She asked Fran what kind of snacks he liked, and he replied he didn't have any favorites. Surprised, Lana asked if he didn't like sweets. Fran explained he didn't hate them but pretended to dislike them so his brothers could enjoy them. Lana realized this meant Fran rarely ate sweets but assured him she could manage, as she had learned how to make them from Manga. They then went to meet Waz, who was working. Lana informed him they wanted to see the cows, and Waz agreed, leading them into the ranch. He suggested that if they wanted milk, goats would be cheaper. Lana agreed, and Waz warned that if they didn't monitor the goats' diet, the milk might smell grassy. Lana complimented Waz on his salesmanship and chose a female goat and a cow. Waz thanked them for their business, and Fran realized they had ended up buying goats. Waz then introduced them to Seabass, a dog that had recently had puppies. He mentioned that despite efforts, the puppies couldn't find homes and would likely be abandoned. Lana, moved by this, considered adopting a dog, much to Fran's surprise. Waz empathized with abandoned animals and expressed gratitude for Lana's decision. He also mentioned that the doghouse was conveniently on their way, making Fran feel Waz was spoiling Lana too much. As Fran pondered, a sheep wandered over, staring at him with an intense gaze. It seemed to be silently pleading to be taken along. Lana called out to him, saying she had chosen one of the puppies. Fran agreed, picturing the chosen pup with its short tail, large eyes, and chubby nose, but the sheep's gaze was unsettling. Later, he confessed to Lana that the sheep had been staring at him the whole time, though he had nothing to offer it. Lana joked about Fran possibly having wronged a sheep in the past, causing it to fixate on him. Fran had no idea and then was suggested buying 2 sheep as well. He explained that besides shearing, they would just need to care for them like cows or goats. Was offered to reduce the price by half and throw in hand shears and a spinning wheel. They asked for time to consider, sensing Waz was up to something. Waz then revealed that he had heard they were making delicious bread that had gained popularity in town. He wondered if they would teach him the recipe. Lana apologized, explaining she couldn't teach him due to their contract with Regulus. Waz was disappointed but expressed his desire to make some for his parents. Lana offered to give him some of the bread she had made instead. Waz was thrilled and asked if she could give him some when he delivered the livestock the next day. Lana promised to bake a bunch for him. Fran wondered what to do about the sheep, and Lana suggested buying them along with an automatic spinning machine, dyeing, and weaving machines to streamline the process. Waz thought he might be able to arrange those machines. Lana pointed out that producing their own clothes and thread would allow them to diversify their products beyond scrunchies. Waz asked if they were indeed buying the sheep, which she confirmed, adding they ended up with more livestock than planned. Fran worried about caring for all of them, but Lana chuckled, encouraging him to see it as an expanding family. She reminded him of his numerous siblings and asked if he felt lonely living with just her. He reassured her he wasn't lonely, just missing his family. Suddenly, a sheep nudged him, causing him to stumble. Lana asked what was on his mind as he seemed lost in thought. Waz suggested using their open field to train their dog to be a sheepdog over the next 3 months, allowing it to herd the livestock after grazing. Fran thought it sounded easy, and Lana asked how much Waz would charge for the training. Waz said he would do it for free, happy the dog finally had a home. He assured them they could ask him if they had any further questions. Fran felt like they were moving at Waz's pace. Eventually, they bought 1 cow, 2 goats, 1 sheep, and 1 puppy. As they rode in the cart with the puppy, Lana mentioned she was heading into town to meet Regulus and asked Fran to think of a name for the puppy while she was away. Fran, pondering his lack of naming skills, remembered that Scrunchy was the first name Lana gave to one of her creations. Just then, the puppy barked. Fran asked if it liked the name but quickly asked it not to bite him as the dog attempted to do so. As Lana returned, Fran announced that they had decided to name the puppy Scrunchy and asked what she thought of the name. Lana found it cute and then brought up the ranch cafe, mentioning she had brought coffee cherries and tea seeds with plans to grow them in the fields. Fran wondered why she was asking for his opinion since she had already bought the items. He was okay with it but speculated about what her father, Alfaldo, might think. Given Alfaldo's history, Fran feared he might send assassins, as he wouldn't want his former fiancée living carefree with someone who had betrayed him. Fran resolved that he would have to handle any potential threats and realized he should have considered dealing with traders earlier. Lana also mentioned that goods in that country were heavily discounted. She explained that while shopping, she found excellent wheat flour priced at just 20 copper coins, which she thought was unfair. Upset by the injustice, she had yelled at the wholesaler and refused to tolerate unfair profit from others. Lana believed in fair compensation for hardworking people and despised such injustice deeply. Fran thought she was right, considering her past where she had been abused and even ordered to end her life. He couldn't fully understand why she had such strong feelings about proper compensation but realized it was not just for him, but for others in similar situations. Lana then asked if she could build a 2-story cafe next to their house. Fran pondered the idea, and she explained that while discussing it with Carlet and Clow, they had gotten carried away. She said they had spent almost 6 gold coins on their home, and were still waiting for returns from the dryer sales. Fran asked how much they had spent in total, and she replied 20 gold and 90 silver coins. He wondered if she was building an extravagant mansion, but she clarified that the cost also included a large refrigerator, stove, oven, and mixer. She thought they could discuss it further when they returned home. Fran agreed, and they both arrived home. Lana said she would prepare some food after putting away the items she brought. Fran offered to help, and she thanked him, noting that they already had pre-made food in the refrigerator, so it would be quick. As they prepared the food, Lana asked if he liked leftovers. Fran clarified that he wasn't referring to that but looked forward to cooking together more often. He also mentioned that Scrunchy had outgrown puppy food, and Lana agreed, explaining that they had bought the dog food from Waz's place, so Scrunchy couldn't have that. She gave the food to Scrunchy, who happily started eating, and Lana commented on how cute Scrunchy was. Fran brought up the cafe again, and Lana agreed. He expressed that she didn't need to be so anxious, considering the list of requests she had made. After seeing the list, Fran asked if that was all she wanted. He explained that the roasters and grinder might be challenging since machines couldn't make fine adjustments. Lana agreed, noting that everyone had their own coffee preferences. She expressed concern about the oven, and Fran suggested using a stone oven with a dragon stone. He explained that placing a dragon stone on a tall vertical stone oven could help control the temperature and allow for more cooking flexibility. It would also avoid making an expensive mistake and could be useful in other countries or if she decided to sell it in the future. Lana was impressed by the idea and agreed to go with it. She then asked what size of dragon stone Fran wanted, and he said a medium-sized one would be sufficient for a household-size oven. Lana also asked if he could get her a hand mixer if he had free time. Fran confirmed it was the machine she described that turns fruits and vegetables into liquid. Lana agreed and suggested they make some snacks together the next day, which would help him understand how it works better. Fran was excited about making snacks with Lana and agreed to do it. She pulled out a small hand mixer and said Waz would be coming with the cows before noon, so they should make bread and snacks before then. Lana mentioned that it was good Regulus had made the bread pans for them, and she planned to bake some in advance to be sold. She wanted to give some to the tiger and the kittens, but they hadn't come by since she perfected the recipe. Fran asked about the snacks they would make, and Lana said they would be making chiffon cake, a fluffy cake that was simple but required a lot of work. As they started, Lana instructed Fran to separate the yolks from the egg whites and mix the yolks with sugar until it turned whitish, which was quite exhausting. Fran found it hard to do by hand, and Lana explained that a mixer would make it easier. After adding milk, oil, and wheat flour to the yolks, Fran had to whisk the egg whites into meringue. Lana explained that once the meringue was fluffy and peaked, it was done. Fran remarked that the person who discovered that must have been crazy. Lana assured him that meringue was one of the easier dishes and instructed him to mix it with the egg yolks and put it into the mold. Fran was surprised by the amount of mixing required but was relieved to hear it was the last time. After they finished mixing, Lana pointed out that some meringue had splashed on Fran. He tried to check but she assured him it wasn't there and helped him remove it. Fran thanked her, and she started checking the oven. She noted they had added a lot of sugar, so they couldn't give any of the cake to the tiger and the cubs. Fran agreed, and Lana reassured him that once they made the cream for the cake, it would be fine. She explained that adding milk to cream butter could make fresh cream. Fran was puzzled since he thought Lana had said it was the last time he would be mixing, but she promised to help him make the cream. Waz and his mother, Lauren, arrived at Lana's house for their scheduled delivery. Lauren greeted Lana warmly, and Waz couldn't help but comment on the delightful smell wafting through the air. Lana explained they had just baked a fresh batch of something, though she wasn't sure about the flavor since it was her first try. She invited them to taste it later and asked if the amount she had provided would be enough for their ranch. Waz agreed it was. Lauren then brought up the recent sightings of wild boars in the area, noting how dangerous these animals could be due to their aggression and destructive behavior. She shared that there had been cases where boars had attacked people, sometimes fatally, and warned them never to approach them. Waz added that the meat would taste better if they could get rid of the gamey smell and mentioned that Fran might be invited to the hunting club this year. Fran admitted he had never been hunting himself. He was usually too busy with daily chores and errands. He joked that, while he wasn't lying about hunting, his actual experience had mostly involved acting as a hunting dog for Alfaldo and his friends. Lana showed interest in trying the boar meat, though she confessed she didn't know much about wild game. She was curious about trying it in a red wine stew or a hot pot. Fran assured her he would get them some hunted meat. As Waz excused himself, Lana warmly welcomed Lauren and Fran, inviting them to sit down. She served bread, encouraging them to eat as much as they wanted since they had plenty. She apologized for the tea, explaining that their own tea leaves weren't ready yet. Lauren noted that the setting felt a bit like a noblewoman's tea party, but Fran downplayed it, saying it wasn't quite that grand. Lana then served chiffon cake and asked for their opinions. Waz and Lauren eagerly tried the bread and found it delicious. Fran asked if he could also try the cake, and Lana agreed. Fran was impressed by how fluffy the cake was, even though he initially thought it might be too sweet. When Lana asked for his feedback, he described it as amazing and delightfully fluffy. He tried it with the cream and found it very sweet, which made his mouth feel a bit strange. Lana asked if he could handle such sweetness, and suggested he wait before trying anything less sweet. Fran admitted he wasn't sure how much sweetness he could handle, as he usually gave all his sweet snacks to his younger brothers. Lana understood, noting it was probably because he came from a large family. Waz and Lauren joined in praising the dessert's sweetness and fluffiness, and Fran noted their enjoyment. Lana said the cake was a bigger success than she had expected and packed some for Lauren, suggesting she share it with her husband and keep some for herself. She mentioned making a slight improvement to the recipe. Lauren was amazed that such a treat could be even better. Fran brought up that he had heard Lauren's husband was suffering from terrible back pain, and Lauren confirmed he had a herniated disc. Lana sympathized, mentioning that she understood the pain well, often caused by stiffness in the waist. She promised to write down some exercises to help alleviate it for Lauren's husband. As Waz and Lauren left, Fran took the initiative to make an automatic hand mixer. He explained that making dessert was his top priority, especially after seeing their warm reactions. Lana, however, downplayed it and suggested they prepare some fresh cream since they planned to bake cakes the next day. She noted that chocolate was a luxury, a local specialty from Braxillos, and couldn't be used casually. Fran thought about Braxillos, a neighboring country known for its wealth of black resources like iron, coal, coffee beans, and cacao beans. Lana mentioned that getting chocolate was challenging because it required growing cacao beans. Fran encouraged her not to give up, but she argued that chocolate still tasted good even in hot climates. She felt the chiffon cake and other sweets didn't quite suit his taste, so she needed to create a snack he would genuinely enjoy. Fran claimed the chiffon cake was delicious, but Lana admitted it wasn't quite right. She wanted to make something he wouldn't have to force himself to enjoy. She also mentioned needing to create a menu item for the cafe that catered to people who couldn't handle overly sweet foods. Fran found it remarkable for a former noblewoman to say such a thing. Lana calmly replied that she no longer considered herself a noblewoman, having worked through her memories. Fran asked what she meant by organizing, and she explained that she was referring to her past life memories. It felt like her current self was layered on top of someone else's life, making it difficult to sort everything out after such a big change in status. Fran wondered if it was really that tough. Lana confirmed, saying her mind had finally settled, bringing her past life self and her current self together. Fran reflected, realizing there was nothing he could do to change her situation or help her directly. Lana then looked at Fran and reassured him that he didn't need to worry. Spending time with him made every day enjoyable, and it had been a long time since she had smiled so genuinely. She said that rather than relying on others, she found it more fulfilling to do things herself. Now, with him, she could live her life as she pleased, making her happier than she could have ever imagined. Lana listed off the items Fran had made for her: a fertilizer maker, a dairy product processor, a hand mixer, a regular mixer, and a dishwasher. Fran downplayed her praise, saying she was exaggerating. When Lana asked if it was the first time he'd come up with something himself, he admitted he had wanted these items for a while. He had imagined that a tool with water and soap powder could clean dirty dishes, but it turned out such a thing already existed in her past world. Lana reminded him that he had once said he couldn't come up with such ideas, suggesting that he was improving. Fran felt conflicted, but Panna suggested they hurry up and spread the fertilizers on the fields, mentioning that they might as well start an orchard. Fran replied that this would require developing the forest too. Lana pointed out that they had never explored it, and Fran agreed that they should do so now. After some time in the forest, Lana stumbled upon wild cacao. Fran was initially skeptical but soon confirmed it was indeed cacao, just as Lana had described. They also spotted a coffee tree, peppercorns, and what seemed like chili peppers. It looked like a paradise, possibly thanks to Braxilio's blessing. Realizing they were near the border, Fran wondered if it might be connected to Lana's previous life. Lana reassured him that everything should be fine, acknowledging their proximity to the border but noting they were still in Seljigos. They also found wild yams, which Lana could grate and sprinkle over rice. She longed for a bowl at that moment. Fran, puzzled, questioned if rice was suitable. Lana explained that rice was a staple food, mentioning that the author of her past life's world was Japanese. Fran speculated this was related to her previous life. Lana criticized the author's depiction of the world, noting the absence of rice and the overly abstract descriptions of food, concluding that his skills as an author were lacking. Fran asked her to calm down, and she explained that she had lost herself in her thoughts. She elaborated that rice was a type of grain from a certain plant, which was a staple food in her past life. Fran admitted he had never heard of it. Surprised by his lack of knowledge, Lana suggested he ask Regulus, the biggest merchant in the country. Lana proposed adding a new menu item, praising Fran as a genius. She mentioned that making bread, donuts, and cookies from rice flour was entirely possible. Fran felt like her list of desired foods had grown. Reflecting on her previous world, Lana thought it was amazing and had progressed so much that this world couldn't compare. She wondered why the author hadn't made this world more like his own. Fran noted that although his life was harder now compared to when he was a nobleman, he felt much more satisfied. Instead of leading a passive life, He had allowed Alfaldo and his friends to push him around, and he felt happier working with Lana. He hoped she felt the same way. Realizing he might be too pretentious, Fran thought the first step was for her to see him as a man or even just a friend, as she probably only viewed him as an acquaintance. While he had been enamored with her from the start, Lana had only become aware of him about 3 months ago. His current happiness came from the hope that she might feel the same way when they were together, a feeling that had begun to develop at that time. He acknowledged that he needed to grow into the husband Lana would one day fall in love with. When Lana suggested making a noodle machine, Fran asked her to repeat herself in disbelief. Nonetheless, he crafted the machine within a day. Lana explained that with it, she could make delicious soy sauce ramen, which in her previous world was known simply as soy sauce. Fran eagerly expressed his anticipation for that. Just then, someone knocked on the door, and they wondered who it could be. When they opened the door, they found Regulus and Grice standing there. Regulus quickly apologized for their unexpected visit, explaining that they were heading back to town but needed a place to stay for the night due to the heavy rain. Grice asked if it would be alright for them to come in, and Lana assured them it was no problem, inviting them inside. Once inside, Lana commented on the torrential rain and expressed concern about crossing the river the next day. She suggested they stay the next day and make some ramen, mentioning that Fran had built her a noodle maker. Grice was curious about the noodle maker and suggested they watch the couple make ramen, promising they'd get to try some. Fran eagerly looked forward to it. Regulus then shared that they had been called by the Daltonels and had come from Ench. They discussed plans for developing a road to reach the ranch and mentioned needing payment, but neither Regulus nor Grice had any money on them. Additionally, they were considering building a school for Dragonstone crafters in the area between there and Exceed, and they wanted Fran to be a teacher. Fran was taken aback by this proposal. Regulus explained that Fran's intricate Dragonstone carvings showed his talent, and if they wanted to mass-produce such items, they'd need skilled craftsmen. They proposed setting up a trade school with a workshop and dormitory, providing food, clothing, and shelter to those without jobs. Bringing this structure to the town would make tool production more efficient. Lana praised Regulus's brilliant idea. Fran asked for a moment to think it over, while Lana excitedly pointed out that his talent was being recognized. Fran humbly disagreed. Grice reassured him not to doubt his abilities, and Regulus promised that the Daltonels would compensate him. They discussed the high unemployment rate among young people in Ange and the potential for significant profit. Fran agreed that their points were valid and felt confident about seizing the opportunity. Regulus assured him that he would be paid and could develop new tools, which Fran saw as a good deal. Lana was thrilled and envisioned Fran as an expert advisor, excited about the prospect. Grice mentioned he had heard about their plan to mass-produce soap by summer, which would help with sterilizing things when washing. Lana agreed and added that they would also need refrigerators by then. She believed that with both soap and refrigerators, people could better manage their food, potentially reducing the number of deaths from food poisoning that year. Thus, mass-producing refrigerators became a priority. Fran admired their forward-thinking approach. Lana explained that they planned to produce small refrigerators, selling them for 30 silver coins, a price affordable for hardworking common folk. She also asked Fran to build her a large freezer so she could make ice cream to serve. Regulus expressed his gratitude, and remarked on how close Fran and Lana seemed. Grice then inquired about when they planned to have kids, mentioning that a nursery had already been built in their house. Fran became shy and admitted they weren't quite used to the idea of having children yet. Regulus, noting their noble background, speculated that they would likely have kids once they were more accustomed to living as commoners, hinting at something more. Lana quickly interrupted, urging everyone to eat the ice cream before it melted. As Regulus took a bite, he complimented the ice cream's sweetness and taste, noting how it melted in his mouth. Lana credited Fran for making it possible with his handmade ice cream churner and dairy processor. Fran modestly responded that Lana was the amazing one, while he was just moderately skilled with his hands. Lana countered that people praised his elaborate blueprints, yet he could bring them to life the very next day. Regulus suggested they focus on eating for now. Lana mentioned her idea of adding the ice cream to the cafe's menu. Grice, after trying a soft drink, praised its flavor and asked about the cubes in it. Lana casually replied that it was just ice, frozen in the freezer like the ice cream. They all exchanged curious looks, prompting Lana to question their reaction, asserting that ice was just ice. She explained that it was a rare commodity found only in a place called the Thousand Cave. located on the border between the blue dragon Alcegios and the green dragon Selgigios. Moreover, it was a winter-exclusive rarity, a valuable item that only royalty had ever tasted. Fran was curious about whether Lana's memories were disorganized or if she genuinely didn't know about certain things. He jokingly wondered if they could make a fortune selling freezers. Lana clarified that she was just advising them to be cautious. Regulus added that ice was an extremely expensive luxury, available only to nobles. If something like ice could be easily replicated, it would create chaos. Lana agreed, acknowledging the potential consequences. Regulus then asked if this meant they should reject anything involving ice, and he humorously called Lana a terrifying girl. Grice suggested they should wait and see how things turned out after offering it to the Selgigios' royal family. Regulus then questioned Lana if she had anything similar to ice. Lana revealed that she and her brother were from the 3 islands of the Red Dragon Heldios, where people struggled to survive the extreme heat. The temperatures in Heldios soared above 40 degrees during the summer, and could reach up to 60 degrees, yet the nights turned uncomfortably cold. Fran asked if they were both Heldians. Regulus confirmed that they were, belonging to the tribe that swore allegiance and devotion to their god, the dragon Heldios. Fran expressed his distaste for how people treated them. Regulus explained that there were often rumors about them, suggesting they had chosen to live in such an inhospitable place while still wanting to serve their god. This led to people either hating or fearing them. It was a tough situation for both Lana and her brother. They had been raised in an orphanage built with support from another country, and their dream was to one day buy that orphanage. Lana admired the dream they were working towards, recognizing its value. Fran noted Lana's incredibly positive attitude and mentioned that while the orphanage had been built with support from another country, it likely had political connections. This meant that no matter how much money they offered, they could never buy it. Fran guessed that Lana wasn't aware of this when she talked about buying it. Regulus praised Lana for being genuine and expressed how hopeful she was when she saw what they had created. He believed that Lana had the potential to change the world. Lana then asked if ice cream wasn't suitable, and if they wanted something else. However, she dismissed ice cream, noting that it could cause digestive issues if eaten in excess. Instead, she asked Regulus for more details. Regulus described the severe living conditions where people lived under cloth roofs supported by dirt pillars. Wells were scarce and often dry, forcing people to buy water from those who had access. Tragically, many children died from dehydration. Saddened by this, Lana requested the construction of a jackhammer and a hand-crank water pump, as well as a sprinkler. She mentioned that Mr. Clow would have more knowledge about house layouts. The jackhammer would break apart rocks to dig holes, and the hand-crank water pump would help siphon water through a narrow tube. Lana was confident that Fran could carve the necessary components, but both tools required metal. Regulus expressed his gratitude but warned that making these tools would take more than a day or two. Lana suggested focusing on the school first, making a formal request, and importing the iron from Braxilios. She planned to distribute the tools across the country, and having more people involved would be helpful. It was clear that Fran couldn't handle everything alone, so they needed a solid plan. Fran realized that it had been decided for him that he would become an instructor. Lana suggested starting with the basics, but they were interrupted by a loud clap of thunder outside. Startled, Lana screamed loudly and quickly apologized to Fran for the scare. He reassured her that he wasn't afraid of thunder, so she didn't need to worry. Looking out the window, they noticed smoke rising from the direction of Braxilios. Lana wondered if the bridge had collapsed or if something else was going on. Fran thought it was too early for that to be the case. Deciding to investigate, Fran announced that he was going out to check things out. Regulus suggested that they both go together while Lana and Grice waited inside. As they stepped outside, they were struck by the unexpected intensity of the rain, noting that it was still too early for the dragon's howl. Suddenly, they heard a noise that made Fran urge them to move quickly. Regulus admired Fran's swift response but was reminded that it wasn't the time for jokes. They turned their attention to the people outside who were pleading for help, with a massive pitch-black dragon looming ominously behind them. Fran asked Regulus to fetch a robe from the barn. Regulus warned that while Fran wanted to save the people, they would be risking their own lives if they didn't run. Undeterred, Fran insisted that he would manage and asked Regulus to guide him back. With determination, he sprang into action, ready to save everyone. The next day at the house, everyone was wondering where their guests had gone. One person mentioned that they were still asleep. Fran remembered the noise from earlier and wondered if the soldiers had arrived. It seemed the thieves had fled, and Regulus had left, which was fine since no one was watching. Later, Fran went to retrieve the driver and a boy from the carriage. The driver appeared to be of high rank in Braxilio's nobility, which puzzled Fran because the boy was only accompanied by a driver and no guards. This lack of security made him uneasy. During their meal, Fran asked Regulus if she had any connections in Braxilios. She said she did but doubted they extended to the nobility. When the driver woke up, they planned to discuss their situation, but first, they needed to address Regulus's question from the previous day. Regulus had mentioned a school, but it seemed Fran wasn't too excited about the idea. Regulus explained that the job was straightforward. He would only need to show up occasionally to instruct students. He could even involve his students in fieldwork. Fran thought it was a nice offer, especially since their fields were now large enough to support Lana's menu. He agreed and even offered to contribute some funds. Lana supported the idea, saying that business was meaningful when it benefited the local community. The funding would also go towards the ranch cafes. Just then, the driver came downstairs. Fran asked how he was, and the driver responded by asking where he was. Amid their conversation, the driver thanked them for rescuing him and introduced himself as Gordo. Regulus introduced herself and Grice, noting that Grice was a dragonstone crafter. Lana and Fran also introduced themselves. Fran felt a bit shy when Lana referred to him as her husband. It had a bigger impact on him than he expected. He then asked Gordo to prepare a meal and inquired if the boy was awake. The boy was dressed in fine clothes, and they planned to help the kid contact his parents. Gordo agreed, and Lana mentioned she knew what to do, pointing out that the bread and soup were already warmed up. Fran hadn't expected the nursery to be used like this, but since they had no plans for it, he figured it was fine. He knocked on the door and, upon entering, found the boy crying. With golden eyes and the dark skin characteristic of the Braxilios people, it confirmed Fran's suspicion that, like Lana, the boy possessed the sacred glow. Outside, everyone was puzzled by the lack of commotion. Fran approached the boy, knelt down, and introduced himself, expressing his pleasure at meeting him. He apologized and asked if it was safe to assume the boy was the prince of the black dragon Braxilios, named Chui. The boy nodded and mentioned he was going to see the dragon. Fran asked if Chui was heading to see the great Braxilios. Chui leaped off the bed with excitement, explaining that the dragon would let him ride on its back. He said that if he stretched his arms, he could even reach the sky. The dragon's back was huge and scaly but pleasantly warm. Fran, though unfamiliar with such details, realized everything was coming together. Chui had been dropped off at the border by the dragon, and was on his way back to the capital. His guards were rushing to bring a carriage, but they couldn't catch up to the guardian dragon. Meanwhile, the driver had managed to secure the prince, even though some thieves had appeared along the way. The guardian dragon, sensing Chui was in danger, had rushed to save him. The terrible weather had been a sign of Chui's peril, which cleared up once the dragon brought him safely. Fran remarked to Chui that it seemed like he had a lot of fun. Chui agreed, and Fran thought that such a carefree attitude might be typical for children of nobility, but he had a younger brother around Chui's age. Fran then asked if he could call Chui by his full name, or a shorter version. He also suggested that Chui might be hungry and offered him some unusual bread with sweet jam and warm savory soup. Chui eagerly accepted both, saying he was very hungry. Fran agreed and went downstairs to ask Regulus to prepare the table and chairs, and Lana to prepare the meal. They all agreed, and Chui, sitting at the table, excitedly expressed how blessed he felt by the guardian dragon. When Lana served the food, Chui found the table too tall for him, so Fran offered to let him sit on his lap, which thrilled Chui. As Chui ate, he couldn't help but exclaim about how delicious the food was. Meanwhile, Fran was deep in thought, realizing that now was the perfect time to relax. As long as the beloved child of the guardian dragon hadn't yet formed the contract, they were cherished by all the guardian dragons. If Chui were to choose Selgigios or even Alcigios, he could receive blessings from either dragon. There were historical accounts of wars erupting over the scramble for the beloved child, and it had been 30 years since a beloved child had appeared in Selgigios. Therefore, they couldn't let the Selgigios people take the Braxilios prince to their capital. Fran then suggested that they act like nothing had happened and quickly send Chui home. Lana agreed and had Regulus handle the international issues. They all looked at Gordo, who confirmed that everything was settled. Fran asked Tree if he wanted to go fishing until they got everything ready for his return home. Tree was curious about fishing, so Fran explained that there was a river out front. As the others went off to do their work, Tree mentioned he had never been fishing before. Fran warned him that the river might be a bit choppy due to the rain from the previous day and advised Tree to stay close by. Tree asked Fran's name again, thanked him, and then Fran suggested they go together to get their fishing gear. However, Tree rushed ahead, so Fran asked him to wait and offered to give him a piggyback ride. Tree wondered about it, and Fran thought children were adorable, imagining having some of his own in the future. Tree then expressed a desire to ride a horse, and Fran decided he needed to keep a close eye on Tree. He suggested a ride around the ranch on horseback, thinking he would need to keep Tree entertained for a while. Fran lifted Tree onto his shoulders and started walking around. Tree got excited and asked to go higher. Fran suggested they look around the ranch before heading out fishing. Tree met the horse, cow, and dog. Fran introduced them as Lucy the horse, Galby the cow, and Scrunchy the dog. Tree hugged Scrunchy, remarking on how fluffy he was. Fran thought it was great that Tree seemed fond of animals. After some time, Lana called everyone for lunch, serving croissants. Fran took a bite and commented on how crunchy they were. He thanked Lana for making something new, to which she replied that they had to keep their customers excited with fresh offerings. As they ate, Fran reflected on how it would take a week for a horse carriage to arrive from the Braxilio's royal capital, and he wondered how they planned to pick up Tree. He turned to Regulus and asked if she had already prepared the horse. When Fran opened the door, he was surprised to find Waz there with his parents, who had come to check on the animals. Waz introduced his father, explaining that he was a veterinarian, and mentioned how helpful the stretching technique Lana had taught him had been in easing his father's pain. As a gesture of thanks, Waz suggested they take a cow from the farm. Lana was taken aback by their arrival but thanked them warmly. Fran, however, thought their timing couldn't have been worse. He pulled Lana aside and told her he would handle Waz and his family while inspecting the border. Lana agreed and said she would prepare some bread to give them and keep Tree company. Just then, Tree arrived and expressed his interest in seeing the cow as well. Waz's father noticed Tree and introduced himself, prompting Tree to do the same. Fran then approached Waz's mother, Lauren, and asked for a favor. He explained that they had a relative's child with them and that he was worried about the nearby cliffs after the previous day's rain. He requested that Lauren keep an eye on Tree for 30 minutes. Lauren, curious, asked if Tree was the son of a nobleman, and then told Lana she had to tell her all about life in high society. Once everything was settled, Fran assured them he would be back soon. As Fran walked away, he thought about how Tree and Waz came from not only different social classes but also different countries. Despite growing close, he figured they probably wouldn't see each other again. This reminded him of Prince Alfaldo when he was Tree's age. Fran remembered how, as a child, Alfaldo had boldly declared that Fran would serve him for life. Although Alfaldo had been arrogant, he had a natural charisma that attracted people. Fran wished Alfaldo had maintained that charm and become a king worthy of his title. Fran stopped reminiscing as he arrived at the spot where he had seen a dragon the night before. There, he noticed a woman and called out to her. She turned and asked if he was a local, mentioning she was searching for a 5 or 6-year-old boy. Fran warned her that the area was dangerous and urged her to come up. The woman mounted her horse with ease, but this was no ordinary horse. It had massive, dragon-like wings. Fran was stunned to realize it was a dragon horse. The woman rode up the cliff and dismounted near him, asking if she stood out too much. Fran reassured her, explaining that there were no houses nearby. She then introduced herself as Loriana, a knight of the Black Dragon Braxilio's royal guards. Fran realized he was in the presence of someone important. He introduced himself and was pleased to meet her, but she didn't respond. He wondered if his decision to hide his past as a former nobleman was making him seem rude. To break the tension, he asked if something was wrong. She appeared surprised but quickly dismissed his concern. Loriana, on the other hand, was acting strangely, visibly embarrassed and unable to speak in front of Fran. She forgot what she had intended to ask and, in her panic, asked Fran what they were discussing. Fran gently reminded her that she had come searching for someone. He couldn't help but think she was extraordinary, especially since women in his homeland could never become knights. Fran then told her about a boy he had found in the rain the previous night and asked if she would like to meet him to confirm his identity. Loriana agreed, and as Fran led her to Chui, she became overjoyed and immediately recognized him. Chui called her his big sister, and the two embraced, with Loriana expressing her relief that Chui was safe. Chui, in his excitement, introduced Loriana to his new friend, Waz. Even Waz was amazed to meet the Lady Knight. Fran, curious about their relationship, asked Loriana if they were blood-related. Loriana explained that while they shared the same father, they had different mothers. Fran recalled hearing the story of the runaway princess from Braxilios, the fourth princess who was adopted by a duke after her family had no children of their own. She had fled her home several times, objecting to the adoption. Fran admired Loriana's position as a royal guard, which allowed her the freedom to visit her family. He then informed Chui that Loriana had come to take him home. While Loriana was excited, Chui seemed confused and a little sad at the prospect of leaving. He glanced at Waz and asked if they could play together again. Waz, understanding the situation, smiled and reassured Chui that they could play whenever Chui was free. The two boys shook hands, making a promise to meet again. Fran, observing the moment, knew that Waz had come to the same realization: it would be unlikely for them to meet again. A friendship between a prince and the son of a livestock breeder was nearly impossible in this world. Regulus had already prepared the carriage to take Chui home, and both Regulus and the driver were surprised to see Loriana escorting the boy. As they prepared to leave, Lana handed Loriana a package of wheat bread, offering it as a souvenir. She also mentioned that they would be selling the bread at their own shop soon. Chui excitedly told Loriana how sweet and tasty the bread was, which made Loriana eager to try it. Grateful for the gift, Loriana insisted that they express their thanks, but she also asked Fran and Lana to keep their meeting a secret to avoid political complications. Waz's parents, who had been watching, agreed to the request. Loriana promised to repay their kindness in the future, but Fran suggested they simply move on from the situation without any formal acknowledgement. As Chui prepared to leave, he asked Fran if he could return one day to play with Waz again. Fran was surprised to learn that Chui wanted to return. Chui walked up to Waz, asking him directly. Fran, despite his unease at the idea of this unusual friendship, agreed. He suggested that Chui contact them before visiting, and the two boys could play at his ranch. Both kids were thrilled. Loriana, still curious about Fran's life, asked if he lived in the same town as Waz. Fran explained that he and Lana lived comfortably on their ranch. Loriana then asked if Fran and Lana were siblings, to which Lana blushingly replied that they were a couple. This revelation shocked both Loriana and Fran, though for different reasons. Loriana excused herself, claiming she needed to use the bathroom, while Fran struggled with the realization that Lana had openly called them a couple. Although Lana had previously introduced him as her husband, this time it had a stronger impact on Fran, making him blush uncontrollably. As he regained his composure, Lana seemed confused, unaware of the effect her words had on both Fran and Loriana. Meanwhile, Loriana was heartbroken, having just learned that Fran was married to Lana. Loriana was struggling to pull herself together, feeling as though her entire world had shattered. She sat on the ground, lost in sorrow. Fran noticed her in this state and, though concerned, was unsure what had caused her distress. Loriana, still in shock, couldn't believe that Fran was married. On the other hand, Fran was confused, wondering why she was reacting this way. It crossed his mind that perhaps Loriana had thought he was single, which might explain why she had been gazing at him so intently earlier. He even considered that maybe Loriana saw him as a potential husband, an idea Lana seemed to agree with, although she commented on it in a sarcastic manner. Fran didn't pick up on Lana's tone or her expression, and instead began to reflect on how the kingdom of Braxilios had no problem with class differences. Besides, Loriana wasn't royalty. Meanwhile, Lana stood beside him, her face devoid of any emotion. When Fran finally noticed her cold reaction, he became increasingly nervous. He realized this was the first time he had seen Lana like this, and it left him wondering if she upset because of his thoughts about Loriana or was she simply jealous. He couldn't quite figure out what was going through her mind. Before Fran could dwell on it further, Loriana interrupted his thoughts. As she prepared to get into the carriage, she paused and turned to address them. She thanked both Fran and Lana for providing shelter to Prince Twilight, expressing her deep gratitude. Even though they had agreed to keep the matter confidential, Loriana told them they could ask for anything they wanted, whether it be money or valuable items. Fran found himself unsure of what to say, but before he could respond, Lana excitedly jumped in with a request. She explained that they were planning to establish a trade school for crafting dragonstone tools, and she asked if it would be possible to obtain iron, which was a local specialty of Braxilios, to use as material. Fran felt relieved, seeing Lana back to her usual self. Curious, Loriana asked why they would need iron for a school specializing in dragon tools. Lana explained that the iron would provide a foundation to grow their business, allowing them to eventually expand and trade their new dragonstone tools with Braxilios. Lana then inquired if Loriana could help them set up a supply route for iron and other processed materials. Loriana admitted she wasn't familiar with trade, but promised to bring people who could assist with it. Lana thanked her, and Fran noticed with relief that Lana had returned to her normal behavior. However, he still couldn't shake his confusion about her earlier reaction when Loriana was mentioned. As Loriana and Prince Twilight mounted their dragon horse, ready to leave, Loriana assured them she would repay the favor as soon as possible. Twilight eagerly told Waz, their friend, that he would return soon, and Waz smiled and waved back at him. The dragon horse took off, carrying them higher and higher until they disappeared into the distance, leaving the peaceful ranch behind. Waz waved happily, and Fran, watching the scene, remarked that it was nice Waz had made a new friend. A week later, Loriana returned, eagerly greeting Fran and reminding him that she had kept her promise to come back. Fran, a bit surprised, admitted he hadn't expected to see her so soon. Loriana smiled proudly, happy with her accomplishment. She introduced the two men she had brought with her, Emerald, a merchant from Braxilios, and Cade, an iron worker. Fran mentioned that he would call the person in charge of the project and asked them to wait. After explaining the situation to Regulus, Fran introduced him to the group. Regulus was impressed that Loriana had managed to bring a merchant and an ironworker as promised. Fran further explained that Cade's arrival was timely, as he had a blueprint for a tool he wanted Cade to examine. The tool was a noodle maker, designed to produce smooth noodles. Fran confessed that since he wasn't skilled at working with iron, he had built the machine mostly out of wood, which resulted in the noodles being inconsistent in thickness. He hoped Cade could make the machine using iron instead. Cade, unfamiliar with such a machine, was initially taken aback. He didn't fully grasp what it was for but agreed that it didn't seem too complicated. He asked to see the prototype. Meanwhile, Lana and Regulus were setting up the table while Fran sat down with Cade to demonstrate how the noodle maker worked. Fran asked Lana if the ingredients for the noodles were ready, and she excitedly confirmed. Cade made a few adjustments to the noodle maker and tested it. To everyone's delight, smooth noodles emerged from the machine. Cade asked if this was what Lana had envisioned, and she excitedly confirmed it was exactly what she had imagined. Regulus, intrigued by the invention, asked Lana if this was a new product, and she laughed as she carried a bowl of freshly cut noodles to the table. As Lana began preparing the dish, more people gathered around, watching closely. Fran observed from the side, concerned that Lana might be overwhelmed by the crowd's attention. Though frustrated, he kept his composure and approached them, asking everyone to take a seat while Lana finished preparing the noodles. Regulus noticed Fran's stern expression and commented on it, but Fran brushed it off, explaining that it was just his natural look. He then asked Lana if she needed any help. Soon, the fragrant broth was boiling in the pot. Lana carefully ladled it over the noodles in the bowl, then added slices of soy sauce, marinated boiled egg, and pieces of meat for garnish. The dish was finally ready to serve. Though excited, Lana remained humble, explaining that she had to compromise on a few things in the recipe. She served her soy sauce ramen to everyone, who gathered around the bowl in admiration. Cade noted that the soup base was made from soy sauce, small fish, ham, and a marinated boiled egg, served alongside the noodles. Everyone was impressed, but Lana clarified that, ideally, the ham would have been specifically prepared for the dish, which she promised to do next time. She urged them to try it but not to expect too much. Loriana, blushing with excitement, remarked that it smelled delicious and asked if she could start eating. As everyone dug in, praises filled the air. Loriana declared the ramen to be delicious, and the others marveled at the unique flavor of the marinated egg, requesting more. Lana, slightly embarrassed, explained that there were no more eggs left, as each person had only received half an egg. Fran, looking at his own bowl, noticed he had 2 pieces of egg. A wave of happiness washed over him, filling him with unexpected joy. The merchant from Braxilios approached Lana, expressing interest in purchasing both the recipe for her ramen and the blueprints for the noodle maker. He explained that he wanted to create a new local specialty in the town where he had established his business, and assured her that she could name any price she desired. After a quick glance at Regulus, who agreed to share the recipe, Lana decided to proceed with the offer. Loriana was excited at the thought of bringing this dish to their own great nation, and even confirmed its name with Lana. In the future, this marinated egg ramen bowl became a beloved local specialty in a town in Braxilios. A month later, in July, the Dragonstone Crafting Trade School and its accompanying dormitory were completed. Mr. Grice moved his operations there, becoming a resident, while Fran only had to visit occasionally to teach. Since their ranch was only a 10-minute walk from the school, students often helped with the harvest on their days off. Around the same time, a cafe was built next to their home on the ranch, but Lana, the lady of the household, had been struggling with an important decision: what to name the cafe. Fran noticed her growing frustration and suggested she simply use her name, but Lana quickly dismissed the idea. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door announcing the arrival of a package and some letters. The package was a beautifully crafted wooden box, and the letters came from Regulus' company, the Daltonels, as well as his family. Upon closer inspection, Lana noticed the crest on the wooden box belonged to the Ruthfed family, her own family. Immediately, Lana felt a sense of unease. Reluctantly, she opened the box, revealing it to be filled with letters, mostly from her father but also some from her mother. Feeling overwhelmed at the thought of reading them all, Lana hesitated. Fran suggested that some of the letters might contain important documents, though Lana remained anxious about what she might find inside. Lana chose to set aside her other tasks for the moment, and decided to read Regulus' letter first. In the letter, Regulus requested that Lana come up with a name for the wheat bread bakery. This added to her stress as she realized she now had even more things to name, while Fran, feeling anxious, wished her luck with the task. Curious, Lana then inquired about the letter Fran had received from his family. Fran opened the letter and revealed its contents. He explained that it mentioned the king's health was deteriorating, leaving Lana shocked. Fran continued, informing her that Alfaldo had taken Lady Rifana abroad for studies. Their father warned them that it was likely they would soon visit Selgigios. Fran speculated that Alfaldo's trip was intended to flaunt his engagement to the beloved child of the guardian dragon, who possessed the sacred glow. Lana sensed that tensions were rising in Alcigios. Fear and shock coursed through her as she recalled that this scenario mirrored the events of the first chapter in the second arc of the novel she had once read. Fran asked if she was referring to the story from her previous life. Lana explained that, in that world, the narrative concluded with the third arc. She recounted how, in the second arc, her character was possessed by the evil dragon and was casually killed off. In an attempt to soothe her fears, Fran pointed out that unlike the novel, Lana had not had significant contact with the evil dragon worshippers in this life. He reminded her that, according to the story, her father had poisoned the king as revenge for her banishment, and Lana did not have any direct ties to those events. While she knew her father would not take such actions in this life, both she and Fran couldn't shake the memory of their first meeting, wondering if the events of the novel could unfold in reality. Fran nervously smiled, suggesting they should increase the frequency of their letters to the Prime Minister, to which Lana agreed. However, he was also preoccupied with another concern. They had been continuously violating the evil dragon's doctrine against using dragonstone tools, though he dismissed it as a minor issue. Fran assured Lana that if she ever needed anything in the future, he would make it for her. This declaration caused Lana to blush in confusion, leaving Fran flustered and questioning whether his words sounded like a romantic proposal. He quickly clarified that he merely meant if she needed supplies for the cafe, like a large refrigerator or display case. Understanding his intent, Lana was reminded of her task to think of a name for the cafe and bakery, which once again dampened her mood. Fran proposed that they should start brainstorming names after reviewing all the letters, as they might come up with ideas in the meantime. As they went through the correspondence, Fran discovered a letter from the Daltonels, which stated that the Princess of Selgigios wished to meet them. Lana was taken aback and questioned the reason behind the princess wanting to meet them. Fran explained that the letter indicated the princess's interest in their scented soap and hair dryer. Eager to confirm this for herself, Lana snatched the letter from Fran and realized that the princess had requested a meeting by the end of the month. This detail triggered a memory for Lana. In the novel she had read, the arrival in Selgigios occurred at the month's end. She recalled a scene from her perspective that happened concurrently with Rifana and Alfaldo's arrival, which depicted an unknown location deep within a dark forest at night. Fran agreed that it would be detrimental to allow the events of the novel to unfold as they did. Concerned about what they should do next, Lana sought Fran's advice. Fran suggested traveling to the capital, noting that at least it wasn't hidden away in a forest. Since they were now commoners, they wouldn't have access to meetings with nobles. He reasoned that if the princess was interested in their products, it would be wise to bring Regulus along to assist with negotiations. Fran also pondered what other items might appeal to the princess, and proposed making pancakes, as they could adjust the extravagance based on the number of toppings. Lana agreed but reminded Fran that the princess had also requested dragonstone tools. They acknowledged that if their products became so popular that others attempted to claim ownership, it could lead to complications, especially since they were in the midst of setting up their bakery and cafe. Fran pointed out that the invitation had come through the Daltonels and declining it would likely harm their reputation. Although annoyed by this, Lana conceded. They decided to start making pancake samples, and Lana stated she would handle the bakery after their return. Curious about the travel time to the capital, Lana expressed her wish that they had cars to make the journey easier. Fran was puzzled by the mention of cars but chose not to press her further on it. As Lana began preparing for their trip, Fran contemplated her worries regarding the story in the novel becoming a reality. He struggled to grasp the weight of her concerns, despite the future seeming predetermined for them and Lana having read the novel. Fran couldn't shake the feeling that it all remained unreal to him. Fran pondered the words Lana had shared with him, realizing that he was a crucial part of this world's narrative. If the elements attributed to him were to surface in the second volume of the novel, it indicated that he was indeed intertwined with it. Lost in his thoughts, Fran was pulled back to the present when he noticed Lana, who was busy whisking pancake batter. She seemed to have something significant on her mind but struggled to express it. Suddenly, in a moment of frustration, Lana screamed that she couldn't find the right words to convey her feelings, all while whisking the batter with increasing intensity. Fran felt a wave of confusion and concern wash over him as Lana abruptly stopped whisking, retrieved the hand mixer, and pointed it at him like a sword. With a fierce determination in her eyes, she told Fran that if he ever found someone he loved, he should make sure to tell her. Lana added that when that moment came, she would be okay living by herself. Fran stared at her in disbelief, grappling for a response, but words eluded him. As the tension mounted, Lana's flustered demeanor became evident. She resumed her pancake making, whisking even more vigorously, as if to bury her emotions beneath the task at hand. As the pancake sizzled in the pan, smoke spiraled upward, filling the air with a warm, inviting scent. Lana focused intently on the pan, avoiding eye contact with Fran, who stood nearby, wrestling with his feelings. He was acutely aware that the woman he loved was right in front of him, yet he remained silent, caught in a web of confusion. Fran finally broke the silence, perplexed by Lana's earlier words. When he asked her to clarify, she turned to him, tears welling in her eyes, struggling to express herself. Overcome with emotion, she screamed that she simply couldn't find the words. Although Fran appeared calm, an undercurrent of nervousness stirred within him. Gathering her courage, Lana gripped the hand mixer tightly, ready to confront the tension between them. She voiced her understanding of Fran's reluctance to return, knowing he was avoiding a confrontation with Alfaldo. Lana acknowledged that his presence with her stemmed from that fear. She insisted that his life belonged to him, and that he deserved to be with the one he truly loved. She assured him of her unwavering support, urging him to pursue his happiness. Fran, still confused, asked her to explain further, but Lana, flustered by the intensity of the moment, shouted for them to drop the topic and requested that he fetch some plates. He complied, but his mind was consumed with thoughts of what Lana had said. Deep down, he already recognized that he loved her, and her words echoed in his mind, revealing that she was offering him a chance to stay by her side, the very person he cherished most. Fran found himself questioning the nature of his relationship with Lana, unsure if they were still merely acquaintances. He understood that winning someone's heart was not an easy task and wondered if Lana's intentions hinted at a desire for divorce. The unsettling thought crossed his mind that she might have fallen for someone else. It seemed to Fran that Lana might not even view him as a man. Desperately wanting to maintain their connection and fearing that she might come to hate him, Fran craved a mutual feeling of love. He was left pondering his next steps, contemplating the idea of seducing her. However, the realization struck him that he had no experience in this area. He had never spoken to a woman outside of a work environment. As beads of sweat formed on his forehead, he wrestled with what seduction even entailed. Their journey to Selgigios began, and as they sat in the carriage, Lana commented on the lush greenery outside the window. Carlot, who was also in the carriage, sensed the tension between Fran and Lana. Concerned, he asked Lana if she was feeling all right and if she wanted to make a stop, but she responded nervously that she was fine. In a hushed tone, Carlot inquired if there had been a fight between them, but Lana quickly denied it. Fran, looking out at the scenery, found the town to be more beautiful and greener than he had imagined. The vibrant landscape reminded him of their ranch. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that Lana was anxious. He recalled that Alfaldo and Rifana had already arrived in Selgigios, and the situation seemed to mirror the events of the novel Lana had mentioned, deepening his concern. They arrived at the inn, where they would meet the princess the following day. As Fran, Lana, Carlot, and Regulus waited for her arrival, an hour passed. Regulus felt uneasy about the surroundings, while Carlot noted the absence of any servants. They speculated whether this was due to the Alcigios prince's early arrival. Suddenly, a maid burst through the door, stepping aside to allow the princess to enter. She greeted everyone, introducing herself as Rosalie Selgigios, the first princess of the country. She exuded beauty, dressed impeccably as a princess and carrying herself with regal grace. Fran couldn't take her eyes off her, while Regulus offered a polite greeting. Lana noticed Fran's stare but kept her feelings concealed, bowing respectfully to the princess and introducing her companions. She introduced Fran as her husband and Regulus as the merchant representing their business. Regulus felt a sense of nervousness, observing Lana's unexpectedly cold demeanor. The princess mentioned that her mother and sister were also expected to join their discussion, prompting Carlot to complete her thought, noting that guests had arrived unexpectedly. The princess agreed, and Lana invited her to sit with them to discuss their products. With a bright smile, the princess accepted, and Lana began to explain the products in detail, displaying the expertise of a seasoned businesswoman. The two women engaged in lively conversation about hair and skincare, while Fran and Carlot realized they were somewhat sidelined in the discussion. The princess sampled the sandwich that Lana had brought, and was astounded by its deliciousness. Lana explained that the delightful flavor came from the white bread, a creation of theirs, and shared their plans to open a specialty bread shop next month in the town of Exceed. She mentioned that if they received the princess's seal of approval, they could even establish a shop in the royal capital. Before she could finish her request, the princess eagerly agreed, expressing her willingness to invest in their venture. She revealed that she had been assigned the responsibility of managing the nation's agriculture, a task that was proving quite challenging. Furthermore, she had yet to decide on a specialty product to focus on. Regulus suggested that developing wheat bread could be a fantastic option, and the princess expressed her desire to increase food reserves for the winter. Lana proposed that if they needed to store bread for an extended period, they should consider making baguettes. When the princess inquired about what a baguette was, Lana explained that it was a type of hard-baked bread that could be preserved for a long time. It pairs wonderfully with soup or can be baked with butter. Lana mentioned that she had read about this in a book, though she couldn't recall its title. Fran, listening intently, understood what Lana meant by her reference to a book. The princess commended Lana for her knowledge of such old texts, causing Lana to feel a bit embarrassed. Curiously, the princess then asked if Lana knew of any other rare and delicious dishes. Confused by the question, Lana listened as the princess admitted to feeling nervous about the upcoming arrival of the prince from a neighboring country. Understanding the underlying request, both Lana and Fran contemplated how to navigate this delicate situation.
Fran asked the princess if the prince who had arrived was the crown prince. The princess confirmed, explaining that the crown prince of the Blue Dragon Alcigios, Prince Alfaldo Alcigios, had arrived about 3 hours earlier with his fiancée. However, after his arrival, the crown prince of the Black Dragon Braxilios, Prince Twilight Braxilios, had also appeared. She added that Prince Twilight was arranged to become the fiancé of her younger sister, Rosalia. Despite the arrivals, the princess expressed concern that Prince Alfaldo had arrived much later than expected. Fran, Alfaldo's brother, was irritated by his tardiness for such an important event and apologized to the princess on his behalf. The princess, puzzled by Fran's apology, asked why he was speaking for Alfaldo. Carlet stepped in to explain that Fran and Lana were originally from Alcegios, but had moved to the countryside after their marriage. The princess, surprised by this revelation, guessed that Fran and Lana had yet to obtain citizenship, noting the presence of Dulcinel's son as their companion. Fran complimented the princess on her sharp observations, and she added that she had also noticed Fran occasionally speaking with her nation's diplomats. This led her to suspect that Fran was a nobleman from Alcegios. Fran grew nervous at how much the princess had deduced, while Carlet scratched his head, unsure how to respond. The princess then asked Fran if he was a diplomat, and Fran clarified that he currently was not. The princess acknowledged this and announced that she would propose a motion to grant citizenship to both Fran and Lana. In return, she had a request for Lana. Grasping Lana's hands with excitement, the princess asked her to prepare some rare, delicious food that could be used to entertain the princely guests. She explained that the food was only needed temporarily, until the castle staff could fully accommodate the visitors. She lamented that if the crown prince of Alcegios had arrived on time, this issue wouldn't have arisen. Fran quickly realized that the castle's disarray was a result of Alfaldo's lateness. It was clear that no staff had been spared to handle the guests properly, all because of his brother's irresponsibility. Lana, nervous about the request, turned to Fran and asked if it was even possible. Fran admitted that it would be difficult. He explained that the various people gathering here came from different regions, each with unique preferences for meats, seafood, and vegetables. Accommodating such a wide variety of tastes all at once would be a significant challenge. The princess was visibly disappointed to hear that her request was challenging, even for someone as knowledgeable as Lana. Feeling her ego take a hit, Lana turned to Fran and asked if he had ever filleted a fish before. Fran, catching on to her plan, hesitated and asked if she was certain about this. Lana, however, seemed resolute. She refused to back down, though Fran couldn't understand why she was suddenly so invested in the matter. In a burst of frustration, Lana vented about Alfaldo and his new fiancée, calling out their ignorance. Determined not to run away from them or their situation, she declared that she didn't care about her engagement being annulled or her banishment. What truly annoyed her was that Fran had to get involved with them again. Fran, equally frustrated, called Alfaldo an idiot and remarked that he deserved the mess he had created. Still, he acknowledged that the princess's reputation was at stake. Lana, on the other hand, began laughing with a menacing edge, declaring that she and Fran, the banished ones, would clean up their mess. She vowed to use this opportunity to showcase Fran's brilliance. Fran wanted no part in this, but found himself unable to protest as he watched Lana's excitement grow. Regulus tried to remind Lana of their original purpose for being there, but Lana brushed her off. Fran understood their initial plan, and now it seemed Lana had also realized it. The princess, still uncertain, hesitated before asking Lana if she was truly Prince Alfaldo's former fiancée. Lana admitted that it had been a long time ago but quickly dismissed the topic, not wanting to dwell on it. She shifted the conversation and offered to provide the princess with the recipes instead. Relieved, the princess agreed and informed them that the produce would be delivered the next day. However, she still voiced her concern about the fish, explaining that it was rare to catch one that met the royal family's standards. Carlet, observing the situation, asked if the servants were absent because they had all gone fishing. The princess, looking embarrassed, confirmed this. The group decided to stick to their original plan of making pancakes, though both Fran and Lana silently dreaded the task. Preparing the pancakes was labor-intensive and time-consuming, yet Lana smiled and assured everyone that she would handle it. She asked Fran for his help, though he still looked uneasy. Sensing his concern, Lana reassured him that they only needed to provide the recipe and that the royal chefs would handle the actual preparation. The princess then led the group to the kitchen, with everyone lining up behind Fran and Lana as they approached the door. Fran turned back and asked if everyone truly intended to join them. Regulus, Carlet, and the princess each came up with their own excuses, avoiding the question. Lana, noticing Fran's hesitation, urged him to let it go, reminding him that the princess was simply curious about the pancakes. With no further objections, Fran decided not to press the matter. Fran and Lana visited the royal dining hall, where they saw King Gelman of the Green Dragon Selgigios, Queen Rosa, and other members of the royal family seated for dinner. The atmosphere felt awkward to them, though Fran was glad to see Prince Chui looking healthy. Regulus, curious about the delay, asked why Prince Alfaldo was a week late. Fran explained that Alfaldo had made some excuse. Regulus then noticed Princess Rifana chatting cheerfully with others and commented in surprise, finding it hard to believe that someone so harmless-looking had once taken Prince Alfaldo away from Lana. Lana, not wanting to dwell on the subject, changed the topic, mentioning that they had done everything they could for the grand dinner and could now only observe. However, Regulus persisted, slyly asking if Lana had any regrets about the past. She hinted that with Fran as her wonderful husband, Lana probably no longer thought about old relationships. Fran, flustered, tried to redirect the conversation, pointing out that Alfaldo and Rifana seemed to be enjoying themselves. He added that the people of Selgigios likely wanted the beloved child of the guardian dragon to feel welcome. Fran's attention shifted to the alcohol being served, and he reflected on how, despite being adults, he and Lana hadn't had the chance to drink due to their chaotic lives. He asked Lana if she would like to share a drink with him once they returned home. Lana, caught off guard, asked why he was bringing this up suddenly. Fran explained that seeing Alfaldo and Rifana drinking reminded him they could enjoy such moments too. Lana agreed but insisted they first focus on successfully opening their store, after which they could celebrate. Fran accepted her condition, saying he was willing to wait. As they spoke, Carlet pointed out that the appetizers were being served. The others grew curious, and Lana explained that the meal was a multi-course affair. She outlined the order: appetizers, soup, fish, a palate cleanser, the main course, and finally desserts and drinks. As each dish was brought to the table, the excitement grew, and Lana felt relieved when she noticed no complaints from the royal family. When the servers placed the palate cleanser on the table, it caught everyone's attention, particularly Alfaldo and Rifana. They had never seen anything like it. Rifana asked Alfaldo what it was, but he was just as clueless. Smiling with pride, Lana listened as the princess explained to everyone that it was called sorbet. She elaborated that it was made by freezing fruit juice with a small amount of liqueur. Alfaldo was stunned, knowing how rare and valuable ice was, as it could only be harvested in winter. Seeing it used so casually was a shock. The princess reassured everyone that they would meet the creator of the sorbet after the meal. She also shared exciting news that their nation had acquired a dragonstone tool, which meant that ice could soon become accessible to commoners, revolutionizing its use throughout the kingdom. The princess invited everyone to enjoy the dish as a symbol of the new friendship between their nations. Alfaldo sat silently, unable to hide his discomfort, while Regulus smirked, thinking he had made a mistake in letting Lana go. Soon, the main course was served, a perfectly cooked meat dish that everyone at the table enjoyed, except for Alfaldo, who remained unusually quiet. Next came the dessert, pancakes topped with a scoop of ice cream, drizzled with chocolate syrup. Chui let out an excited cheer, and Lana felt relieved that the ice cream had turned out so well. Lady Rifana took a bite and was visibly stunned by how delicious it was. The princess, smiling with pride, explained the dessert to everyone. When they asked Alfaldo for his opinion, he only managed to say that he was glad Rifana was enjoying it. Fran, observing the scene, was happy to see everyone enjoying the meal, but he couldn't resist stealing a glance at Alfaldo to gauge his reaction. As the servers brought iced tea to the table, Alfaldo's expression darkened at the sight of the sparkling ice cubes in the glasses. He grew increasingly uneasy, wondering how the royal family had acquired so much ice and prepared such an extravagant meal. His agitation grew as he considered the implications of the alliance. If Princess Rosalie and Prince Chui were officially engaged, Chui would spend more time in Selgigios, potentially strengthening the blessing of the one possessing the sacred glow within their borders. For Selgigios, a nation without anyone possessing the sacred glow, this would be a monumental advantage. For Alfaldo, staying in this nation only made the situation more unsettling, as he realized how deeply invested they were in Prince Chui. Unable to contain himself any longer, Alfaldo abruptly stood up and praised the assortment of dishes, requesting to meet the chef. The king, with a warm smile, agreed and offered to introduce not only the chef but also the individuals who had brought the marvelous dragonstone tool to their nation. Alfaldo and Rifana were stunned to see Fran and Lana descending the stairs with smiles on their faces. Fran felt uneasy about making an entrance like this but couldn't help smirking as he noticed Alfaldo's expression. Alfaldo was visibly furious as he realized it was Fran and Lana who had prepared the extravagant meal. Chui suddenly ran up to Fran, wrapping him in a hug. When Fran asked if he enjoyed the food, Chui beamed and nodded enthusiastically. The king, noticing their interaction, expressed surprise that Fran already knew Prince Chui. Not wanting the king to delve deeper into their connection, Fran quickly shifted the topic. He asked Chui if he liked the country and then slyly inquired if Chui wanted to proceed with the engagement. Fran could feel the murmurs from the others behind him and knew his question was bold, but his intentions were genuine. Braxilios lacked abundant greenery, and a deal with Selgigios for lumber would benefit Chui's kingdom greatly. Chui, however, didn't understand what an engagement meant. Fran patiently explained that it was a promise to stay together forever. Regulus, joining in with a playful smile, pointed at Princess Rosalia and told Chui that if he liked her and she liked him back, they could promise to always get along, just like Fran and Lana. Chui thought about it for a moment, glanced shyly at Rosalia, and then exclaimed loudly that he liked her. His innocent confession made Rosalia's face flush with embarrassment. Struggling to find her words, she managed to tell Chui that if she became his fiancée, she would always treasure him. While Chui and Rosalia experienced this unfamiliar emotion for the first time, the others couldn't help but smile at how adorable they were. Chui, still smiling, suggested that if liking Rosalia was the first step, they should play together. Although his understanding was backward, everyone agreed it was fine because of his charming innocence. The king quickly seized the moment, standing and formally asking Chui if he would accept his daughter Rosalia as his fiancée. Although Chui was too young to grasp the full weight of the situation, he agreed to the king's request with a nod. The king immediately ordered his attendants to prepare the necessary papers. Chui, still slightly unsure, glanced at Rosalia, who also looked nervous. Trying to comfort her in his own way, Chui approached her and asked sweetly if she was okay. The princess smiled warmly, and the room erupted in congratulations for Chui and Rosalia. Chui's older sister, Loriana, agreed to send a letter to their kingdom to share the joyful news. The queen suggested a grand celebration to commemorate the occasion, and the king quickly approved, announcing that a monumental party would be held the next day. He ordered preparations for the dance hall and instructed his staff to invite every nearby noble who could attend on short notice. Fran grew increasingly anxious as he observed the king's excitement. He knew that organizing a party typically required at least a month of preparation, and he couldn't help but feel sorry for the castle's overburdened servants. Alfaldo interrupted the moment by inquiring about the sorbet, specifically how they managed to obtain ice for it. The king explained that they had used a dragonstone tool crafted by Fran and Lana, which he called a refrigerator. This innovative device had recently been delivered to the castle. The king enthusiastically described how the refrigerator worked, emphasizing its remarkable ability to freeze water and produce ice. He acknowledged Alfaldo's surprise, pointing out that for years, all the ice harvested from the Thousand Cave had been monopolized by Alcigios. Now, the king of Selgigios, who had endured this scarcity for so long, could finally enjoy an unlimited supply of ice. The king's delight was evident as he chuckled and smiled, reveling in Alfaldo's silent frustration. Despite his growing anger, Alfaldo tried to maintain his composure. The king then remarked that he was aware Fran and Lana had been banished from their previous country, though he didn't know which one. He believed that any nation foolish enough to dismiss such remarkable talent had made a grave mistake. With a warm smile, the king welcomed Fran and Lana to Selgigios, knowing they had applied for citizenship. Fran and Lana felt a deep sense of pride in their accomplishments. They exchanged a glance and smiled, feeling as though a great burden had been lifted from their shoulders, especially when they noticed Alfaldo's barely concealed fury. The king officially announced that he would grant Fran and Lana citizenship, inviting them to share their talents freely to benefit the nation. He then inquired about the ranch they had recently opened, encouraging them to continue their efforts and contribute to Selgigios' prosperity. Fran understood that the king's public announcement was a calculated move to keep Alfaldo in check, but at this point, Fran and Lana were beyond caring. They simply felt joy at their success. With a shared look of satisfaction, they bowed respectfully to the king and prepared to leave, while Alfaldo stared at them in stunned silence. As they exited, Fran silently resolved that organizing the party for the next day would be the last task he ever did for Alfaldo. He had no desire to involve himself with that family any further. Despite this, Fran sincerely hoped Alfaldo would grow into a capable king. Later, Carlet congratulated Fran and Lana on officially becoming citizens of Selgigios. Regulus suggested that Carlet host a party at his home, and Carlet eagerly agreed. Fran tried to protest, saying it was too much, but Lana interrupted him, bursting with excitement. As Regulus and Carlet left to make the arrangements, Carlet recommended that Fran and Lana wait on the terrace. Lana stepped outside and found herself in a stunning terrace garden filled with vibrant flowers and a charming gazebo. The view of the town from the terrace was breathtaking, and she couldn't help but admire it. Fran agreed, his gaze lingering on the gazebo as he remarked that he'd like to have one at their home too. Lana, filled with excitement, danced around the terrace. Suddenly, she remembered that they needed to change back into their regular clothes before returning. Fran, blushing, suggested they could return the outfits tomorrow. Glancing shyly at Lana, he admitted that it had been a while since he'd seen her in a gown and that there was no harm in enjoying the sight a little longer. Lana flushed and, in a panic, asked Fran why he was saying such things out of the blue. After calming herself, she turned to Fran and asked if he was truly sure about becoming a citizen of Selgigios. Twiddling her thumbs nervously, Lana told him that he could consider finding a good wife in this country. She hesitated, then asked if he really wanted to stay with her instead of pursuing someone else. Fran stepped closer, reminding her that they were married, but Lana protested. She pointed out that their marriage in Alcigios had been under different circumstances, arranged at his father's request. Lana explained that she had grown accustomed to her new life and was confident she could live independently once she opened the cafe. Fran, taken aback, listened as Lana continued, saying they should break up so he could find someone he truly loved. She promised to properly commission him for any dragonstone tools she might need in the future. Fran asked her if she genuinely wanted to end things. Stuttering nervously, Lana admitted that she thought he disliked being in a relationship with her. Fran, however, firmly stated that he didn't hate it, causing Lana to flush with embarrassment. Though Fran was confused by her outburst, he found her endearing. Their conversation was interrupted by a voice calling out. They turned to see Alfaldo approaching. Alfaldo accused Fran of betrayal, but Lana angrily stepped in to argue. Fran, however, stopped her, asking her to let him handle it. He walked up to Alfaldo, placed a hand on his shoulder, and pulled him closer. To Alfaldo's shock, Fran asked him to teach him how to flirt with a girl. Caught off guard, Alfaldo stared at Fran in disbelief as Fran calmly explained the situation and repeated his request. Alfaldo, now furious, slapped Fran's hand away and shouted, accusing him of being under Lana's control. Fran, unfazed and slyly confident, declared that Lana had captured his heart. Turning the tables, Fran confronted Alfaldo, reminding him that he was the one who wanted to change fiancés and had discarded Lana as if her love meant nothing. Fran stated that he no longer respected Alfaldo because of this. With a calm but firm tone, Fran told Alfaldo to stop disappointing others and learn from his mistakes. He concluded by saying this was the last advice he would ever offer Alfaldo as a friend. Fran asked Alfaldo for advice again, noting that Alfaldo seemed close to Rafana and was hoping for some tips. In response, Alfaldo slapped Fran's hand in anger, turned away, and started walking off. But before leaving, he yelled at Fran to just put his feelings into words. Fran, confused, asked him to clarify, but Alfaldo only told him to figure it out on his own before storming off. Fran then walked back to Lana, who asked what he and Alfaldo had talked about. Fran replied that they discussed how hard it is to put your feelings into words. Finally done with their work, Fran and Lana were relieved they could finally go home. Fran asked Lana how she was feeling, and she excitedly shared that she had completed the wheat bread recipe. With this accomplishment, they could now open a bakery in the royal capital. Princess Rosalie had granted them permission, and it was all Lana and Regulus talked about during their time there. Fran, however, couldn't stop thinking about their time in the capital, particularly the strange smile Princess Rosalie often gave him whenever she visited. Meanwhile, Regulus announced that they were ready to sell more refrigerators and freezers. Fran felt a little annoyed, knowing this would increase his workload even more. Regulus then told them she would take her leave and return next month. Before departing, she asked Lana if she had decided on a name for her cafe, reminding her there was only a month left before opening. Just the thought of this daunting task made Lana nervous. Fran, noticing her anxiety, tried to lighten her mood. He suggested leaving the preparations to Regulus while he and Lana focused on designing signboards and flyers. Despite his efforts, Lana started to shiver at the overwhelming responsibility. Remembering something, Fran revealed a parting gift for Regulus, hidden beneath a cloth. When he unveiled it, Regulus was amazed to see yet another strange tool. Fran explained that it was something he called an aircon. Curious, Regulus asked about its purpose. Fran demonstrated how it worked, showing her how pushing the switch caused wind to flow out of the device. He also pointed out a knob that could control the temperature. Lana, equally excited, exclaimed that with this tool, along with the refrigerator and freezer, creating cooler spaces would be much easier. They began to argue playfully over whose idea it was, with Fran claiming it was Lana's, while she insisted it was Fran who had made it. Annoyed by their bickering, Regulus interrupted, saying that both of them were amazing and they knew it. She examined the aircon closely, marveling at their passion and creativity, and expressed her heartfelt appreciation for the gift. Lana beamed with excitement, but Regulus quickly reminded her that she still needed to come up with a name for the cafe. Lana's enthusiasm dimmed, and she reluctantly agreed, feeling the weight of the task once again. Regulus reassured her with a smile, promising that once she and Carlet returned, they would help get the store up and running. As they bid farewell to the princess, Lana promised to come up with a name for their store during their journey back home. Regulus, smiling slyly, reminded her not to forget the name for the bakery as well. Half a month had passed, marking 6 months since Lana and Fran were banished from Alcigio's. Back at their farm, they were braving a powerful storm. A fierce typhoon was raging outside, and Lana was trying to gather the orchards produce all by herself in the downpour. Fran, alarmed, rushed out, grabbed her and pulled her back inside, shouting that this was a typhoon, not just an ordinary storm. Once they were safely inside, Fran slammed the door shut, and both of them collapsed onto the floor, panting from the effort. Fran pointed out that the storm was bad and they would likely be stuck indoors all the next day. Lana, however, remained silent. Concerned, Fran asked if she was hurt as he gently held her, but Lana brushed his hand away and stood up, clearly annoyed. Fran was confused, unsure why Lana was acting so strangely, especially after their recent visit to the royal capital. He wondered if she was once again struggling to express her feelings. When he asked her about it, Lana blushed and stared at him without responding. Fran thought about his own struggles with sharing emotions and suggested they write everything down in letters. He admitted that he had been thinking of doing the same since he often felt the same way around Lana. Writing, he explained, could help them sort out their thoughts. Lana seemed to consider the idea, and Fran was eager to understand what she was feeling. He also reasoned that letters could be easily disposed of, making any painful revelations hurt less. Fran believed that being rejected in a letter would be easier to handle than hearing it face to face. Lana eventually agreed, suggesting they start writing and exchange their letters afterward. That night, Fran sat down with a pen in hand, ready to tackle the difficult task of putting his feelings into words. However, the thought of flirting with Lana made him so nervous that his spine shivered. Realizing how much harder this was than he had anticipated, Fran dropped the pen. By the time the storm passed, neither of them had finished their letters. Later, Fran was at the ranch, playing with the animals, when a group sent by Clow arrived to check on him and the farm. Fran thanked them for their help. One of the men patted Fran on the back, expressing gratitude for making it easier to acquire iron goods. The man also mentioned that the school was going to open soon, with nearly 100 people applying from nearby towns. The task seemed overwhelming, and Clow informed Fran that there wasn't enough food to feed so many people. He asked if Fran had any extra harvest from his fields. Fran explained that it was becoming difficult for him and Lana to manage the large harvests on their own. Much of the excess produce had been turned into fertilizer before it could spoil. This, in turn, helped them grow even better crops, resulting in an even larger harvest. Clow grumbled about their inefficiency, saying they could have sent some of the harvest to the school and asked the students to handle it. He even suggested selling the excess in a nearby town. Fran, however, firmly stated that he would rather use the time to create new dragonstone tools. Annoyed, Clow decided to drop the argument and instead brought up Erlet. Fran, aware that Erlet was turning 16 this year, questioned whether Erlet's family was truly okay with him managing a school instead of attending one himself. The conversation started to heat up, but Lana appeared with a cheerful smile, carrying dessert. She thanked them for checking on her and Fran and excitedly invited them to enjoy some shaved ice. The group cheered enthusiastically, clearly thrilled by the offer, and Lana encouraged them to take their time savoring the treat. She explained that the simple shaved ice recipe was her idea, and Fran had crafted a fine ice grinder to crush the ice into a fluffy texture. They topped it with sweet syrup, fresh fruit, and flavored milk. Fran shuddered at the thought of ice, once a rare luxury even for royalty, now being used so casually and adorned with fruit. Meanwhile, Clow and the others ate like it was the best meal of their lives, relishing every bite. Proudly, Lana announced that this dessert would definitely be on their summer menu. However, Fran reminded her that while that was fine, she still hadn't come up with a name for the store. The cheerful atmosphere vanished as Lana's face fell, and she began to panic. Fran reminded her that they only had half a month left before the opening, and at this rate, they might have to delay it. Seeing Lana cower in distress, Fran promised her they would settle on a name by the end of the day. Relieved, Lana hugged him tightly in gratitude, but quickly pulled away, apologizing for her impulsiveness. Fran brushed it off and left, mentioning that he had chores to do. Yet, as he walked away, he found himself stumbling slightly, overwhelmed by Lana's sudden display of cuteness. As Fran busied himself feeding the horses, his thoughts wandered to everything he had experienced so far. Despite his doubts about whether he would ever fully adapt to this life, he silently vowed to keep trying. Later, he met up with Lana, ready to brainstorm a name for the store. Clow stood nearby and pointed out that making a signboard could take months. Panicking, Lana screamed that even if they chose a name today, it would still take forever to get the sign ready. Fran tried to calm her down, asking if she had come up with any ideas yet. Lana admitted she had, though she wasn't confident in them. Revealing a crumpled piece of paper, Lana showed him a list of names, most of which were crossed out. She read aloud a few of her suggestions like Bond, Wish, Fate, and Destiny. Fran frowned, noting that none of these sounded like bakery names. He also admitted he didn't understand what Bond and Wish even meant, suspecting they were words from Lana's previous life. Lana asked Fran for his opinion, and he hesitantly looked at the sheet of paper before pointing to the name Destiny. However, Fran admitted that he didn't know what the word meant. Lana blushed but said nothing, and they both agreed to name the ranch cafe Destiny. When Lana asked about a name for the bakery, Fran suggested Fate, and they quickly decided on it. They agreed to place an order for the signboards with Clow. Fran couldn't help but wonder if his choices were right, as he had simply gone with what felt natural. Lana, still blushing, explained that connection, destiny, and fate closely resembled the word relationship, which was considered auspicious in this world. She believed it would be nice for their ventures to be blessed by such a name. Fran was surprised to realize how thoughtfully Lana had chosen the names, while Lana continued blushing, admitting that these words held a deeper meaning for her. When Fran tried to ask her about it, she quickly crumpled the sheet and changed the topic. As the group enjoyed shaved ice, Fran and Lana realized they needed to make more. While cutting fruits, Lana told Fran about her dream of hosting a summer festival someday. She described how, in her past life's world, people would set up stalls, dance, watch fireworks, and honor their ancestors' spirits during such festivals. The way Clow and the others worked reminded Lana of the people who would put up those stalls. She asked Fran if such festivals existed in this world, but Fran hadn't heard of anything similar. Although he didn't fully understand, he thought it sounded fun. Lana suggested they create something like it and plan for it next year. Lana's excitement grew as she described all the foods she wanted to eat, the dances she imagined, and wearing traditional dresses while walking through the festival with Fran. Fran suggested giving the festival a purpose, such as praying for safety during the dragon's howl storms, which would make it meaningful and official. Lana's eyes lit up with excitement, realizing festivals often carried purpose in this world as well. Later, Lana handed the drafts for the final store names to Clow, who promised to prepare temporary signboards. Relieved, Lana thanked him. She and Fran then began discussing the menu for their cafe and bakery. Fran suggested that Lana write it out like an actual menu, something she hadn't considered before. While they worked, Clow asked if they were ready for the opening, which was only 2 weeks away. Before they could respond, Scrunchy, the dog, started barking and running around Clow. Clow picked up the dog and noticed it didn't have a collar. He offered to make one along with a nameplate for the door and a mailbox. When the mailbox was ready, Fran and Lana suddenly panicked. They both remembered they hadn't finished writing the letter they had promised. Fran stared at his latest creation, uncertain if he had built it correctly. As he looked into the toilet bowl, he wondered if the bidet he designed would function as intended. After finishing his business, he pressed the button, and the result left him awestruck. In that moment, Fran felt it was humanity's greatest invention. Emerging from the bathroom of their newly completed cafe, Fran was still shivering from the experience, marveling at the brilliance of his creation. Spotting Lana sitting alone at one of the tables, he called out to her. With a smile, he informed her that he had finished building and installing the bidet toilet. Lana, clearly delighted, exclaimed that Fran never failed to impress. Curious, she asked if he had tested it. Fran nodded, admitting it was truly remarkable, though before he could go into detail about his experience, a sudden knock interrupted them. Fran opened the door to find a trembling man wearing a hood. Despite the man's attempt to conceal his identity, Fran instantly recognized him. Turning to Lana, he asked her to wait inside. Stepping outside, Fran noticed a carriage parked nearby and immediately felt a sense of unease. He turned to the man and asked what had happened. The man lowered his hood, revealing himself to be Dardis, and explained that a dragon's howl storm had struck a village in the Klagan district. Fran, unsure how to respond, offered his condolences. Curious about the carriage, Fran asked Dardis what it was carrying. Dardis revealed that it held survivors from the village. Hearing this, Fran's unease deepened. He recalled that Alcegios was divided into 3 large districts, with Klagan being under the jurisdiction of Starlet's family, who were responsible for its infrastructure. However, Starlet had pushed the responsibility of dealing with the aftermath onto Dardis, likely to cover up their negligence in maintaining the district's infrastructure. Fran was furious as he considered the implications. A village disappearing from the map would eventually draw attention, especially when tax revenues ceased. The village in question had been slated for development into a major food supplier for Alcegios. Yet the evacuation center had been destroyed in the storm due to shoddy construction. Dardus revealed that Starlet had dismissed the plight of the villagers, stating that no one cared about them. Fran's frustration grew, not only at Starlet's actions but at the sheer indifference shown toward the villagers. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Fran asked Dardus if he needed help. Dardus pleaded for assistance, but Fran explained that he would need to contact his father first. Fran knew this would mean exposing Starlet's actions, but he didn't care. He was determined to inform Alfaldo and ensure everyone learned the truth. Fran asked how many people were in the carriage and was shocked to learn that there were 32 villagers inside. He then asked what the villagers intended to do, whether they wanted to move to Selgigios or return to Alcegios, explaining that their decision would determine the next steps. Dardus, taken aback by Fran's straightforwardness, admitted that he couldn't provide an answer yet. The villagers had lost everything, their homes, their families, and their sense of security. Exhausted and traumatized, they were in no state to make such a decision. Fran nodded, understanding the difficulty of the situation. Fran understood that Dardus had made the right call, recognizing that he needed Lana's opinion before taking any action. As Fran approached the cafe entrance, the door swung open, revealing Lana standing there, clearly angry. She pointed a ladle at him and demanded he bring everyone inside the store. Lana was furious that Fran had kept all this from her, admitting she had overheard everything. She didn't care about the bad manners of eavesdropping. Without wasting time, she instructed them to open the carriage and began assigning roles to the villagers based on their skills. Despite their exhaustion, one girl stepped forward, offering to help with cooking. Gradually, more people emerged from the carriage to assist. Meanwhile, Dardus, staring at Lana, asked if she was truly Lady Alana. Confused, Lana asked who he was, and Fran reminded her that Dardus had been in their class back in Alcegios. Lana tried to recall, appearing as if she was putting in significant effort, which irritated Dardus. He snapped, telling her to just admit she didn't remember him. Fran teased Lana, asking if she truly didn't care about her old classmates, but she protested, claiming her memory was still foggy. Lana brushed the matter aside, shouting that it didn't matter and issuing commands instead. She instructed Fran and Dardus to head to town immediately to gather clothes and blankets before the stores closed. She also tasked the men among the villagers with preparing a place for everyone to sleep that night, while those with cooking skills were ordered to join her in the kitchen. Fran couldn't help but admire Lana's commanding presence, thinking to himself how cool she looked. Catching his gaze, Lana glared at him, prompting Fran to drag Dardus along and head to town as instructed. He knew it would be a massive task for the two of them to gather enough supplies for so many people. Fran also realized he needed to inform Clow about the situation and get in touch with the Daltonels. He understood why Lana had sent him and Dardus on this errand. Reflecting on Lana, he thought about how she wasn't just adorable, but also incredibly fearless and capable under pressure. As they traveled to town in the carriage, Fran asked Dardus about the extent of the casualties. He had noticed the refugees carried only their clothes with no luggage and understood that many lives had been lost in the disaster. Fran was reminded that this wasn't uncommon. The Dragon's Howl storm was a natural calamity that often resulted in significant casualties, and it was the responsibility of local lords and nobles to prepare for such events. Dardus admitted he was worried the nobles might try to shift the blame onto his family. Fran asked what Dardus planned to do and whether he intended to stay at Fran's house. Lying back to rest, Fran remarked that Dardus could have decided later but should have considered his own future before taking on the responsibility of 32 other lives. Fran hoped his words would make Dardus realize the weight of his actions. He wondered how the nobles from Alcegios would judge Dardus and how they might deal with him. Deciding to take action, Fran resolved to write a letter to his father explaining everything and insisted that Dardus write one to his own family. Fran also thought about Alfaldo, acknowledging that he shared some responsibility for the situation. Clow arrived at Fran and Lana's home to assist with the refugees, and Fran was relieved to have his help. Although Clow was not pleased with the situation they had gotten themselves into, he was helping regardless. Fran asked Clow about the Daltonels, and Clow informed him they would arrive the next day. Clow then inquired about the plan and what the refugees intended to do. Lana interrupted, explaining that the villagers wished to relocate to this area. Clow asked if they also wanted citizenship in this country. One of the villagers responded that they would like to, provided it didn't cost any money. Clow assured them that citizenship was free, but he added that it cost money for commoners in Alcegios to revoke their citizenship. Lana was surprised to learn this, and Clow clarified that the fee was 1 gold coin per person. Fran explained to Lana that they were exempt from this fee because they had been banished and did not leave voluntarily. He agreed with the fee, reasoning that it would create problems for a country if people could leave without any consequences. The villagers remained hesitant, pointing out that 1 gold coin was far beyond their means. Fran sympathized, knowing that in Alcegios it could take up to 10 years to save that much money. Lana also understood the challenge but came up with an idea. The villagers looked uneasy, and Fran initially assumed Lana was planning to do charity work. However, Lana proposed that the villagers enroll in their school for dragonstone crafters. The villagers were confused and unsure about what this entailed, so Lana began explaining the details to them. Meanwhile, Fran felt this was too elaborate and wanted to simplify things for everyone. He summarized that the dragonstone tools they were developing were becoming overwhelming to manage, and opening a school to train more crafters would help. Fran explained that increasing the number of crafters and dragonstone cores would ultimately boost their monthly profits, even though it would require a lot of work initially. Lana detailed her plan to the villagers, explaining that half of their earnings would go toward school fees, while the other half would be their profit. For those still uncertain, Lana suggested they could work in her bread shop, which also needed employees. She promised to provide meals and shelter until the business was successful enough to pay wages. Dardis, unfamiliar with what bread even was, decided to stay quiet. Fran thought the plan was fair and practical. It would not only help the villagers gain stability but also enable them to save for their citizenship revocation fees, benefiting everyone in the process. Fran understood that Regulus had ambitious plans to sell their creations to other countries. If successful, Salgigio's economy could transform significantly, influencing the entire world. While Lana brought some bread for Dardis to try, Fran reflected on how perfectly everything seemed to align. For him, the most important thing was living a peaceful and happy life with Lana. He didn't care how the world around them changed as long as they were safe together. Salgigios was the only country that had given them shelter, and many people there had helped them. Fran genuinely wanted the country to prosper, but he had no interest in what happened to Alfaldo or his own noble family back in Alcegios. Lana suggested to Dardis that if he didn't want to help with the shop, he could assist at the ranch. Shocked, Dardis exclaimed that he couldn't do commoner tasks like farming. Annoyed by his constant complaints, Lana turned to him, her voice filled with frustration, and asked if he'd rather go back to Alcegios. Nervously realizing his precarious situation, Dardis decided to keep quiet. Fran silently approved of how Lana handled the situation and chose not to intervene. Instead, he turned to Karn, one of the villagers representing the refugees, and asked if the others shared Dardis's sentiments. Karn decided to leave and gather the villagers' opinions. Fran also suggested that Karn inquire about other job opportunities for the refugees. Fran felt confident leaving the matter with Karn, who appeared to be the youngest and most reliable among the refugees, unlike Dardis. He also understood that many refugees would be unable to work, given their circumstances. Dardis, however, remained insistent and asked Fran if there wasn't any other work he could do. Hoping for an easier task, Dardis looked to Fran for help. But Fran, knowing better, firmly told him that if he wasn't willing to put in the effort, he should leave. As Fran pondered how to deal with Dardis, Lana approached him. Curious, Fran asked what she wanted, only for her to grab him and question if Dardis wasn't his friend. Fran was confused but found his attention drawn to how close Lana was to him, causing him to blush. Lana repeated her question, but Fran was too distracted by her proximity to respond immediately. Eventually, he replied, explaining that it was impossible for nobles to be close friends. Dardus looked visibly upset, realizing the truth behind Fran's words. Fran gathered his thoughts, though his mind kept drifting back to Lana. He realized that she genuinely believed he and Dardus were friends. In reality, Fran had always felt more like an errand boy for the nobles. Alfaldo, as the crown prince, had a natural air of authority, and Fran had never truly been friends with Starlet or the others. Dardus was no different. Yet, Fran noticed Dardus's disappointment and hurt, which left him puzzled. He also reflected on Lana. She was someone who hadn't had many friends in her past life as Alana. However, Fran believed that the current Lana, with her strength and brilliance, likely had many friends in her previous life, even if it had been difficult. That thought reassured him, further deepening his admiration for her. Fran never cared much about making close friends, but he understood why Lana found this strange. He was content as long as he could navigate social interactions smoothly. To him, most of the people he met seemed like self-important fools, and because of this, he never had the chance to talk to girls. Even now, he had no idea what to do about that. While Fran was lost in his thoughts, Lana, still confused by his silence, reminded him about the letter they had promised to write. She added that she would include this matter in the letter herself. Fran sighed, realizing that the task he had agreed to had just grown even more daunting. Later, Crow approached Lana, asking if she was okay with the villagers staying at her place. Lana assured him that she had no issue, explaining that the harvest from their fields would be sufficient to support them. Fran, however, silently doubted if it would truly be enough for so many people but chose to keep his concerns to himself. Crow suggested sending the school applicants to the dormitories since those already staying there had started working on their own fields. Lana agreed, then turned to Dardus and asked if he had decided what to do. She suggested that he could wait for a reply from his family and remain in town, but she made it clear he wouldn't be allowed to stay at their house or the stores. At that moment, Regulus appeared, grabbing Dardus from behind and teasing him by suggesting he borrow money from Fran to buy a horse. Dardus let out a panicked scream, and Fran and Lana greeted Regulus warmly, surprised that she was back so soon. Regulus, looking cheerful, mentioned that she had something to discuss with Crow but was curious about what was happening. So she came to Fran and Lana's place first. They were intrigued, but Regulus simply smiled, saying she had something important to share with them. Lana suggested they continue the conversation inside the shop, sensing that Regulus wanted privacy. Fran asked Dardus to wait outside with the others, assuring him he would introduce them to Regulus later. Dardus protested, saying he had no interest in becoming acquainted with her, but Fran shook his head in disapproval. He pointed out that Regulus was a merchant, and it was wise to know her, especially if Dardus planned to stay in this country. Once inside the shop, Regulus was impressed to see that it was already set up. Lana smiled but admitted that they wouldn't be able to open next month. Instead, she suggested focusing on spreading the word about the shop for now. Regulus agreed, and Lana shared her ideas for the menu. Fran, curious about what Regulus wanted to discuss, finally asked her directly. Regulus beamed with excitement and revealed that, after speaking with Lord Dultanal, she had received his permission. Her long-held dream had finally come true. Regulus smiled as Lana screamed with excitement, asking if he had really managed to buy the orphanage. Regulus confirmed it with a nod. Fran, still unsure of what was going on, finally put the pieces together. He remembered Regulus had mentioned wanting to buy the orphanage that had raised both Regulus and their brother. The orphanage in Heldios was funded by aid from other countries, and the people of Heldios valued their independence. Children who lost their parents or were neglected had no choice but to stay in the orphanage to survive. Fran knew the orphanage lacked the proper facilities to care for the children. It was essentially a front to collect aid from foreign countries. While Regulus and Grice had managed to survive there, they were the exceptions. Fran now understood that buying the orphanage meant more than just securing a building. Regulus confirmed this, explaining that she had become the new window for all the funding that had been coming in from other countries. Everyone was taken aback by this revelation. Regulus went on to explain that, although the people of Heldios didn't like change, they valued Dragonstone tools even more. Fran quickly realized that Regulus had used the air conditioner Fran had built for her as leverage to negotiate with the Heldian chief. The deal had gone smoothly, and they already had orders lined up for Dragonstone tools. Regulus had not only secured funding but also brought the orphans back with her. Fran knew that life for orphan children in Heldios was far harsher than in Selgigios. Regulus said she had left the children at her store and now wanted to ask a favor of Fran and Lana. Fran braced himself, expecting the worst. But to his surprise, Regulus excitedly asked if they would help build an orphanage near the school for Dragonstone crafters. It would be safer for the children to be near adults. She promised to cover all the expenses. Fran was still uneasy and asked who would take care of the children until the orphanage was built. Regulus assured him that the orphans could take care of themselves for now. But Fran's expression changed as a thought struck him. His face fell, filled with dread. Lana and Regulus immediately asked if he didn't like children. But Fran now understood the real reason for his discomfort. Many people from Heldios had red hair, which was considered inauspicious in Selgigios. The orphanage couldn't be built in town, and now, with Fran, who was a former nobleman with red hair, being here, they needed to build it close to the school, which was near Fran and Lana's ranch. Fran sighed, realizing his responsibility in all of this. He quickly clarified that he loved children, especially since he had so many younger siblings and was used to looking after them. Fran asked how many children were with Regulus, and Regulus counted, saying there were 7. Fran commented that it was much fewer than he expected, thinking there would be around 30. Lana blushed and panicked, saying that was far too many, but Fran clarified that he hadn't been expecting anything. Regulus explained that the children couldn't stay in town because of their appearance. Clow understood that the town wasn't fond of red hair but reassured them that the children would be fine. Regulus wondered if they could just build the orphanage in town, but Clow realized it wasn't that simple and admitted he couldn't speak for everyone in the town. Lana then asked about the eldest child, a 16-year-old girl. She seemed concerned about her, and Regulus agreed, but Fran was clueless and asked what the concern was. Lana and Regulus stared at him in disbelief but didn't say anything. It finally dawned on Fran and Clow that there were more boys in the school, and it would be difficult for a girl, especially one with red hair, since she'd likely face discrimination. Clow also expressed concern, mentioning that some men were disgusting and would be a problem. Lana and Regulus whispered to each other, agreeing that they'd need to buy a guard dog for the girl. Lana was also concerned that Fran was taking on so much responsibility for the children, and Regulus shared her worry. Meanwhile, Fran thought back to how he had taken care of his siblings in the past and figured he could handle this new responsibility. Lana turned to Fran and asked if he really liked children. Fran agreed, and Lana suggested the orphanage should be built near the ranch. She added that before Fran went to the school, he could stay at the orphanage for the night and check on the children. Fran agreed, saying he didn't want to be an instructor but had no problem taking care of the kids. He didn't realize that Lana was trying to help him. He was completely oblivious, though he couldn't deny that he was falling for Lana more and more, especially after realizing she liked children, too. Regulus was happy that both Fran and Lana were so invested in this and asked Clow to take responsibility for building the orphanage. Clow agreed, though he was curious about the difference between a regular building and an orphanage. Regulus realized there was a lot to explain and asked Lana if they could borrow the shop for a bit. Lana had no problem with it and said they could take their time, even offering to bring out more tea and snacks. Regulus explained that they'd have no choice but to have the children stay in dorms until the orphanage was built. They'd also need to ensure the orphans didn't encounter any of the other students. Lana and Fran exchanged glances, understanding what they both wanted. Lana then excitedly said it was just 7 children, and they could stay at their home. They even had a children's room there. Fran's eyes lit up, seeing how well Lana understood his thoughts. Lana had already started planning how to divide the spare rooms among the children. Regulus asked again if Lana and Fran were truly ready for this responsibility, considering they were still newlyweds. Lana and Fran didn't quite understand what Regulus meant, and Fran wondered if newlyweds weren't allowed to take care of children. Lana tried to argue but faltered when Regulus pushed her further. Regulus then asked them to make a decision by the end of the day and let her know, so she could bring the orphans over. She thought Fran was very accepting of everything when it came to Lana and the children, but Regulus wasn't entirely sure. She also had to explain the situation to the children and discuss it with Lord Dultanel. Regulus said she would come back tomorrow and asked if that was okay with Clow. Clow, clearly annoyed, muttered that he was being dragged into this anyway. Regulus explained that it was all to help others. Clow said he wanted to talk, but first he needed to use the toilet. Fran pointed him in the right direction, thinking Clow might want to say something about the toilet, but he couldn't quite remember what it was. As Clow left, Lana asked Fran what they should prepare for Regulus and Clow. Fran suggested she make the carrot cake she had made for Waz and Chui, but reminded her that Clow's wife hated vegetables. Lana smiled excitedly, remembering this too, but then her smile turned devious as she thought they should make Clow's wife eat vegetables. She declared that an adult couldn't be picky about veggies in the green country of Selgigios. As Lana was setting up the bread basket, she suddenly heard a loud cracking noise followed by someone screaming. The basket dropped from her hands as she turned around in shock to see what had happened. Clow stumbled into the shop, shivering and wobbling, and rushed towards Fran, grabbing his collar. He angrily demanded to know what Fran had done to the toilet. Clow went on to describe the heavenly feeling he'd experienced using mankind's greatest invention. Fran calmed down, realizing it was normal for a common person to feel this way about such a marvel. Lana didn't understand what the commotion was about, and the screaming had drawn Regulus and Dardus into the shop as well. They asked, confused, what had happened. Lana grinned and told Regulus to try the toilet for herself. They all waited for her reaction, while Fran, with a grin of his own, told Dardus that he was next. Clow and Regulus had finally experienced what true luxury felt like, and they shouted excitedly, begging Lana and Fran to make a toilet like that for them as well. Lana told them to calm down, reminding them that it was still a prototype. She asked if they were willing to assist with further development, and without hesitation, they jumped into a lively business discussion. Fran, confident in Lana's ability to handle the situation, left them to it and walked out to meet with Karn. Karn informed Fran that the refugees had agreed to the arrangement. The school applicants would move into the dorms, while the rest would stay where they were for the time being. Karn seemed hesitant, and Fran quickly realized he wanted to discuss something else. Fran guessed it was about Dardus, knowing there was little he could do to help. He understood Dardus's worries about his family, but also felt that Dardus was only making things harder for everyone by moping around. Fran asked Karn what he wanted to do, and Karn admitted that he was interested in becoming a crafter himself. After a pause, Karn finally worked up the courage to ask what would happen to Dardus. He explained that Dardus had been a kind and empathetic leader for the villagers, bringing them together when they had no one else to rely on. The villagers were deeply grateful to him for his support. Karn admitted that, like many commoners, he had always believed nobles saw people like him as nothing more than tools to exploit. But Dardus's actions had changed his mind. Fran listened and smiled, knowing full well what it meant to challenge such perceptions. As a former noble himself, Fran reassured Karn that Dardus had chosen a good place for them to live. He explained that Selgigios was much more accommodating than Alcegios and urged Karn not to worry too much. Despite Fran's reassurances, Karn insisted that Fran should speak with Dardus. Fran, growing irritated, argued that it wouldn't make much of a difference, but Karn persisted. Frustrated, Fran sighed and scratched his head, unsure of what to do, but he finally decided to talk to Dardus anyway. He approached Dardus and asked him what he was doing, but the tension in the air was palpable. They stared at each other in silence until Dardus finally broke down and admitted that he was feeling a bit envious of Fran. Fran was taken aback by the confession. Dardus explained that back in Alcegios, Fran had been exceptionally skilled at his work. He had gained the trust of many nobles and was even admired by women, earning him a reputation for competence and charisma. With a small smile, Dardus added that at least he didn't envy how busy Fran had been during that time. Fran was surprised by Dardis's high opinion of him. He argued that he had only recently become aware of his own abilities, thanks to the people around him. He believed that he was not popular at all, and people only flocked to him because of his family's influence and their high-ranking positions. Dardis, however, insisted that Fran was still better than him. Fran, unsure how to respond, wondered why Dardis thought so highly of him. To Fran, this praise didn't matter. Deep down, he saw himself as hollow, merely going through the motions of life. Without Lana, he would have reverted to living aimlessly, existing for the sake of existence. Sitting down next to Dardis, Fran admitted that he wasn't sure if he was better than him. However, he was grateful for his ability to make the dragonstone tools Lana needed. Fran complimented Dardis, acknowledging his bravery. Despite knowing his actions could endanger himself and his family, Dardis had chosen not to abandon the villagers. Dardis explained that seeing people swept away in the storm compelled him to act. He couldn't stand idly by. Fran understood that most nobles, including his past self, would have walked away, but Dardis had not. Even so, Fran still wondered why Dardis sought his help in this situation. Standing up, Fran noted that the sun was setting and suggested preparing for the next day's meetings. Dardis thanked him again and mentioned that there was one more thing he wanted to ask. Later that evening, Fran was playing with Scrunchy in the house. The shop was busier than usual, with Dardis and Karn staying overnight. To make space, Fran took Scrunchy to sleep on the first floor. The playful dog helped ease Fran's exhaustion from the day. As he petted and played with Scrunchy, Fran found himself blushing. He thought about how comforting it would be to hug this adorable, furry companion while sleeping. However, as Scrunchy peed on him, Fran recalled a lesson from his childhood. A hunter who trained dogs had once told him not to share personal space with hunting dogs, a lesson Fran had considered heartless at the time. But looking into Scrunchy's bright, innocent eyes, Fran felt that no one could resist this little bundle of joy. Caught up in playing with Scrunchy, Fran suddenly heard a voice. He spun around, still blushing, to see Lana coming down the stairs. He quickly asked if she was heading to bed and sighed in relief, thinking she hadn't seen his playful antics. He placed Scrunchy down as Lana approached him, holding an envelope. She handed it to Fran, saying she had finished writing her letter. Fran panicked, nervously admitting he wasn't done with his letter yet. In truth, he had only managed to write 2 lines, and every attempt to continue turned into an overly sentimental love poem. To his surprise, Lana crushed her letter in her hands, her face turning red. She stammered that it was fine, they could exchange letters once both were finished. Suddenly, Lana's embarrassment escalated, and she loudly declared that she wanted to rewrite her letter. Fran was baffled by her sudden panic as she tried to explain herself, her face growing redder. Lana rushed back up the stairs, still flustered, shouting that she was going to sleep. Before she disappeared, Fran teasingly asked if she needed medicine since her face was so red. Grinning, he watched as Lana let out a cute, frustrated scream and darted into her room. Today, everyone was caught up in a heated discussion about how responsibilities would be divided. Carlet and Erlet were tasked with managing the school. Carlet asked about the number of villagers and agreed to take 30 of them to the trade school, assuring Karn that handling that many people wouldn't be an issue. Fran understood that it would take time for the villagers to earn the necessary funds and train to carve dragon stones. Even Grice had told Fran the same thing. The pressing issue was the villagers' inability to afford the revocation of their original citizenship. Without payment, they risked being deported as illegal immigrants, and the looming deadline for this payment was a major concern. Carlet assigned Erlet to oversee the school, and Erlet cheered enthusiastically, saying it was already his main responsibility. Fran was also worried about the citizenship revocation fees but decided to leave that matter to those managing the school. He trusted the responsibility was in capable hands, and the example was right in front of him. Daltonal suddenly slammed his hand on the table, struggling to hold back tears. His sons, Carlet and Erlet, tried to calm him down, but he grew more emotional. Daltonal shouted in frustration about how children had been abandoned simply because their parents couldn't care for them. He couldn't believe such a situation was allowed to happen. His anger boiled over, and he slammed the table harder, leaving the others in silence. Fran, meanwhile, couldn't help but feel concerned for the table's well-being. Standing up, Daltonel declared in a loud voice that he was ready to adopt all the children into his family. Carlet and Erlet tried to soothe their father, but it was no use. Lana also stepped in, attempting to calm him, while Fran pointed out that they hadn't even met the children yet. Hoping to distract Daltonel, Fran mentioned that the children would likely have the same hair color as him. Daltonel froze in shock, asking if this was true. Fran confirmed it, leaving the room momentarily quiet as Daltonel processed the information. Fran was confident that Daltonel would calm down eventually, knowing that red was considered an inauspicious sign in his beliefs. Daltonel was unlikely to abandon his superstitions so easily. Fran decided to offer a proposal, suggesting they build the orphanage near their ranch. To support the idea, he presented a blueprint and handed it to Carlet. Carlet, intrigued, unfolded the blueprint to examine it and mentioned that while Daltonel had given his approval, he wasn't aware the orphanage would be constructed so close to the ranch. Fran hesitated to explain further, reluctant to share the real reason behind the location choice, and turned to Lana for help. Lana stepped in, outlining their plan. She explained that placing the orphanage near the ranch would make it easier for Fran to check on the children whenever he returned from the school. Suddenly, Daltonel let out an excited scream, startling Lana. Carlet, unfazed, shifted the conversation to the children's citizenship, asking about their status. Regulus explained that the children had never been granted citizenship in Heldios, so no fees would be required to revoke it. Hearing this, Daltonel's face turned red with anger, and everyone braced themselves for the inevitable outburst. Even Fran hadn't realized how severe the situation in Heldios was. After much effort, they managed to calm Daltonel down, and Fran focused on the solution. They only needed to secure citizenship for the children in Selgigios, which wouldn't cost anything. The remaining challenge for Fran and Lana was determining where the children would stay until the orphanage was ready. Thankfully, everyone agreed the children could live on the ranch temporarily, a solution that both Fran and Lana had secretly hoped for. As Daltonel inspected the blueprint again, he suddenly shouted that he would build a separate residence near the orphanage. He claimed it wasn't because he cared deeply for the children or wanted to visit them often, though his enthusiasm suggested otherwise. Clow, clearly energized by Daltonel's declaration, eagerly agreed. The atmosphere grew tense as Fran began to worry about these two hot-headed individuals sharing the same space. Clow, fired up, vowed to spare no effort in constructing a mansion so grand it would rival a fortress. Their bromance escalated dramatically, reaching the point where doors were literally flying off their hinges. The two ripped off their clothes and began flexing their muscles, leaving Fran and Carlet watching in bewilderment. Trying to make sense of the scene, Carlet shared a surprising revelation. Daltonel and Clow were actually master and disciple. Fran and Lana were left speechless, but Carlet decided to steer the conversation in a different direction. He assured them of his support, promising to help them as much as possible while they took care of the children on their ranch. Carlet then asked Fran if they should start preparing the villagers with training and explanations. Fran agreed, stating they would begin once they had the necessary materials to accommodate everyone. Regulus expressed gratitude, and the group decided to meet at the school. While Carlet explained everything to the villagers, they planned to handle their shopping as well. Fran instructed Dardus to carry their luggage, which made Dardus groan in protest. When they arrived at the school, everyone marveled at the sight as they walked through its halls. Clow mentioned there was still much left to build, flexing his muscles as he spoke. Fran stood frozen in shock, watching Clow's glistening muscles ripple. Lana, on the other hand, blushed, clearly impressed, and even Regulus agreed with her admiration. Fran, feeling self-conscious, attempted to flex his own muscles, only to realize he had none. Determined, he decided it was time to start training. Meanwhile, the villagers noticed Dardus and erupted in excitement, gathering around him enthusiastically. Dardus informed them that he would need to leave soon, but it was clear that he was well-liked and trusted by the villagers. Lana observed this and reflected on her own experiences, recalling how Fran had saved her in the past. Regulus, noticing Lana's contemplative expression, asked if she had spoken to Fran about her thoughts. Lana blushed deeply and admitted she wanted to organize her feelings first. Fran overheard their conversation and asked Lana what they were discussing. Embarrassed, Lana turned completely red, refusing to elaborate. Fran commented on her flushed face, which only made her more flustered. Unable to handle the situation, Lana ran off in embarrassment. Regulus took this opportunity to confront Fran directly, asking him if he had romantic feelings for Lana. Fran's face turned red, and Regulus, unimpressed by his silence, declared that she could read his feelings even if he didn't voice them. She urged Fran to confess to Lana properly, warning that they might not have much time once they began focusing on the children. Fran hesitated, unsure of himself, prompting Regulus to challenge his courage. She asked if he lacked the guts to act despite his good looks. Fran countered, arguing that his appearance had nothing to do with the situation. Regulus remained unconvinced and pressed further, asking if he truly hadn't noticed Lana's hints. She was shocked by Fran's obliviousness, but Fran admitted that while people often saw him as charming, he never felt his looks had been an advantage. Regulus dismissed his self-doubt, telling him he underestimated himself. Before she could push the topic further, Lana called out, saying it was time to leave. Fran and Regulus agreed and joined her, but Fran's mind lingered on what Regulus had said. He couldn't help but wonder how he could use his appearance to convey his feelings to Lana. Fran and Lana decide to visit the town, enjoying the scenic view from their carriage. Fran suggests stopping by their bakery since it's close to the town, reminding Lana that Regulus had advised her to visit occasionally as the supervisor. Lana agrees, deciding it's a good opportunity to check on things. Upon reaching the town, they briefly go their separate ways. When Fran returns, he asks Lana how the bakery visit went. Lana enthusiastically shares that the bakery looks fantastic and the workers are skilled at making bread. She confidently adds that she believes the bakery will be a huge success. Seeing her excitement, Fran feels happy that Lana is enjoying herself. Later, Regulus takes them to see the headquarters of her merchant business. As they enter, Regulus excuses herself, saying she will bring the children down to meet them. Before leaving, she pointedly asks if they understand why she is leaving them alone, but both Fran and Lana feign ignorance. Frustrated, Regulus reminds them that they need to have a serious talk about their feelings. She tells them they have 30 minutes to work things out and leaves them in awkward silence. Fran and Lana clearly remember that Regulus had urged them to discuss their feelings, but instead of speaking, they sat quietly, staring at each other. Fran, overwhelmed, recalls how difficult it had been for him to express his emotions in the letter he wrote earlier. Now, in person, it feels even more impossible. Embarrassment tightens his chest, and he doubts if he can go through with it. He questions whether confessing his feelings is even a good idea, worrying that Lana might find it strange or repulsive for someone she has only known for 6 months to declare love so suddenly. Lost in his spiraling thoughts, Fran is startled when Lana interrupts, agreeing with Regulus. She says this is indeed a good opportunity to talk. Lana admits that writing her letter had helped her organize her feelings, and now she is ready to share them. She asks if Fran feels the same, and though nervous, he agrees. They sit down together, but as Lana begins to speak, Fran grows visibly tense. His attempt to act formally only worsens his nerves, leaving his knees trembling. Lana notices and directly asks why he is acting so stiffly, prompting Fran to apologize. Internally, he wrestles with what to say, debating whether he should tell her she is wasting her time with someone like him. He starts mentally preparing for how to phrase it. Gathering her courage, Lana confesses that until the moment Fran declared he wouldn't return to Alfaldo back at the castle, she had always assumed he would go back to following him. She shares this openly, leaving Fran to process her words as the weight of the conversation settles between them. Fran hesitated before asking Lana if she didn't trust him. To his dismay, she agreed. Confused, Fran questioned if her distrust stemmed from his appearance, but Lana, clearly upset, yelled that it had nothing to do with how he looked. Trying to understand, Fran then asked if it was because of his personality. Lana responded that it was everything, admitting that even now, she doubted him. Lana confessed that she wanted to know what Fran had been discussing with Alfaldo that night. She then asked if Fran thought she was using him simply because she was labeled as the villainess of the novel. Tears streamed down her face as she admitted that maybe she felt this way because she really was the villainess after all. Struggling to hold back her emotions, Lana wiped her tears and admitted that she didn't want to be like that. Yet, she couldn't help but feel as if she were taking advantage of Fran and his abilities. Fran firmly denied feeling used, insisting that it didn't bother him at all, but Lana disagreed. She confessed that she didn't know what she would do if Fran decided to return to Alcigios. Even though she trusted him because he was always by her side, her doubts still lingered. Overwhelmed, Lana started to cry, and Fran felt helpless, unsure of how to console her. Unable to bear seeing her like this, Fran gently took out his handkerchief and wiped her tears. He admitted with a shy smile that he didn't want to share this, but he had been asking Alfaldo for advice on how to flirt with a girl. He explained that he just wanted tips on how to impress someone. Lana froze, shocked by his words. Fran, growing nervous, went on to explain that back in Alcigios, he never had a chance to talk to girls. He confessed that even now, he was nervous as he spoke to her. Lana found it hard to believe, but Fran elaborated that his duties with Alfaldo and his friends always kept him busy, leaving him with no time for personal matters. That was why he had turned to Alfaldo for guidance. Still flustered, Lana hesitantly asked if he was telling the truth. Fran assured her that he was. Realizing her misunderstanding, Lana suddenly screamed in embarrassment, admitting that she had been thinking of him as some awful person. She apologized, her panic and shame evident in her voice. Fran, watching her reaction, realized he had underestimated how much Lana had been struggling internally. He gently told her that he had already cut off his ties with Alfaldo, except for the necessary connection to report recent events. He assured her that he had been completely honest and had already informed Alfaldo about everything that had happened. Then, Fran repeated it all to Lana, hoping to finally put her doubts to rest. Fran remained troubled, his thoughts circling around about what Alfaldo might do with the information about Dardis and the villagers. Lana, however, seemed unbothered. She smiled with a hint of mischief, remarking that the situation was intriguing and that she was curious to see how Prince Alfaldo would handle it. Fran, snapping back to his original purpose, brought up what Alfaldo had suggested to him earlier, that he should put his feelings into words. Lana, realizing where this was going, apologized for ever doubting Fran's intentions. She then urged him to share his feelings, leaving Fran momentarily flustered. Panic set in as he scrambled to figure out what to say. Lana's face turned pink with excitement, catching Fran's attention. He asked why she seemed so thrilled, which made her realize she was blushing. Embarrassed, she denied it and tried to brush it off. Fran decided to steer the conversation back to a past event, the day Lana's marriage was annulled. He reassured her that he had always known she wasn't bullying Rifana that day. Gathering his courage, Fran confessed that he had been tasked with protecting Lana, not by her father, but by his own. He revealed that his father had been instructed to ensure Lana's safety by none other than the king of Alcigios. This revelation left Lana stunned. She had always assumed it was her father's request. Fran explained further, saying that while Lana's father, the prime minister, had indeed asked him to look after her, it was only natural for a father to be concerned about his daughter. However, the real mastermind behind everything was the king of Alcigios. Fran admitted that the king, whose health was declining, had wanted to avoid any conflict with Lana's father. What surprised Fran even more was that the prime minister had no idea about the king's request. Hearing this, Lana froze as a chilling realization struck her. If all of this was true, then the fate her father met in the story she had read might unfold in this reality as well. Panic washed over her, and she abruptly stood, declaring that she needed to write a letter to her father immediately. Fran felt a sense of disappointment as the conversation with Lana was abruptly interrupted before he could express his feelings. However, He knew that Lana's current situation was far more urgent. In the story Lana had read in her previous life, her father, the prime minister, had slowly been poisoning the king, and it would eventually accumulate enough to kill him. To prevent her father from spiraling out of control, Lana had been writing letters, telling him that her life was going well. But even with those precautions, things could still go terribly wrong for the king if her father found out. When Regulus returned and tried to get their attention, Lana grabbed her without listening to what she had to say. In a panic, Lana screamed, asking for stationery and a pen. She was desperate to write a letter to her father immediately. Regulus, noticing the urgency in Lana's voice and the tears welling up in her eyes, tried to calm her down. Realizing how important the letter was, she agreed to help. As Lana continued to write, unable to stop crying, Regulus asked Fran what exactly they had been talking about. Fran didn't know how to explain it and simply said their conversation had taken an unexpected turn. He then told Regulus about how the king of Alcegios had asked him to guard and protect Lana. Regulus was taken aback. She never imagined the most powerful man in the country would make such a request. But then, she remembered that both Lana and Fran were aristocrats. Lana was the daughter of a duke. Regulus decided not to ask any more questions and shifted her focus back to the reason she had called Fran and Lana here. She introduced the eldest of the orphans, a 16-year-old girl named Clanna. Fran greeted her, and Regulus explained that Clanna would be staying with them. As Lana was still busy writing her letter, Fran suggested they talk in another room. Later, Regulus introduced Fran to Clanna, explaining that Fran and Lana were the couple with whom Clanna would be staying. She also mentioned that Lana was busy writing an important letter to her family, and she would introduce Clanna to her later. Clanna, with a cute smile, told Fran it was a pleasure to meet him, but all Fran could hear were loud crashing noises coming from the other rooms. Fran smiled, commenting that the other children seemed full of energy. Regulus agreed, smiling herself. It was great to see the children so lively. But then, she added that while all the children were healthy, one of them was not. Fran's eyebrows furrowed in surprise, and he asked if one of the children was sick. Clanna added that it was more serious than just being sick. Back in Heldios, the doctor's examination revealed that the girl named Farah is cursed. Fran was shocked, and just hearing that word sent a chill down his spine. He knew how serious it was. In Heldios, cursed people are completely different from those with the sacred glow. They are not blessed by the guardian dragon and cannot use dragon stone tools. The reason why some people are not blessed, or if they will ever be, is a mystery that no one has answers to. Fran realized that Farah might not be welcomed in Selgigios either. Clanna agreed that it would be difficult for Farah if people found out about her curse, which is why she hadn't told anyone else. Fran didn't know what would happen if this information ever came out. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if someone he cared about, like one of his younger brothers, was cursed. Fran remained confident, though, and he wanted to help in any way he could. He said it would be fine with him if Farah wanted to stay at their place. He knew that she had survived this long without using dragonstone tools, so it wouldn't be a problem for her now. Clanna was surprised and began to see Fran in a different light. Regulus asked Fran if he was sure about this, and Fran replied that dragonstone tools were meant to make life easier. Farah's inability to use them just made things a bit more inconvenient for her. Fran said their ranch was self-sufficient, so Farah would be fine even without dragonstone tools. Fran understood that Farah must have suffered a lot growing up in Heldios, but he also realized that she might not have survived in any other country. Heldios was different because it didn't rely on dragonstone tools the way other places did. Fran thought about Farah's determination to live, and he felt she deserved every chance she could get. Clanna thanked Fran for saying that, but he shrugged it off, saying he hadn't done anything extraordinary. Clanna blushed, realizing just how humble Fran was, her eyes glowing with admiration as she looked at him. It felt like she was in a trance, but Regulus suddenly interrupted, reminding her that Fran was already married. Clanna let out an embarrassed scream, her face turning bright red as she began yelling at Regulus for bringing it up so suddenly. Her accent shifted as her emotions flared, adding to the intensity of her outburst. Fran, nervously watching them bicker, couldn't quite understand what was happening. Regulus, with a smile, explained to Fran that Clanna sometimes slipped back into her accent when she got overly excited. Fran thought it was cute and didn't mind at all. Regulus then asked Fran if the children could help Lana with her cafe. Fran thought it could work but mentioned they would first need to ask the store manager. There were also other matters to consider, like the children's citizenship and the construction of the orphanage. Seeing the time, Regulus noted it was getting late. He suggested they could have taken the children to Fran's ranch, but it would be too late to leave now. Clanna thanked Fran again for his help. As they left the room, Fran spotted Lana in the hallway and thought she must have finished with the letter and sent it to her father. He started walking toward her, but Regulus suddenly pulled him aside and stared at him intently. Regulus asked if Fran knew what he was supposed to do, then told him he needed to tell Lana everything tonight. Panic set in for Fran as he nervously agreed. Regulus wasn't convinced, however, and questioned how Fran had even married Lana without confessing his true feelings. He warned that any woman would be uneasy in this situation, and Fran needed to put Lana's mind at ease. Fran understands what he needs to do and says he'll try his best, though he's still unsure of how to go about it. Later, Lana is busy preparing rooms for the children and finally finishes. She has decided to delay the store's opening and set up the second floor for the children instead. Fran comes to check on her, and Lana smiles excitedly, saying she feels really great. She asks if she should also change the wallpaper in the rooms. Fran, however, has something important he needs to discuss with Lana, something he's been dreading. He tells her that he wants to finish what he started saying. Lana, sensing his hesitation, calms down and acknowledges that she interrupted him before. She agrees to listen to what he has to say. Now, Fran's nerves begin to surface. It's time to confess, and he knows it's now or never. Regulus has also placed added pressure on Fran, making him even more nervous. Fran isn't sure if he can put Lana's mind at ease. Lana is still in disbelief about what Fran told her regarding the king of Alcegios. She now understands that, because of that troublesome prince, the king has often taken stomach medicine. Since the prime minister was the one who always prepared the king's medicine, he had an easy opportunity to poison him. Fran reassures Lana that everything that happened, including their move to Selgigios, was the reason he brought her here, and now they were living together. Fran blushes and gazes into Lana's beautiful eyes, making her blush too. He tries to speak, but just then, they hear a loud roar from outside. Lana jumps in panic as the windows rattle. She wonders if a huge bear is outside. She started to shiver with panic. Fran noticed Lana trembling and wondered if she was really that scared. He mentioned that it would be bad if a bear attacked the livestock and suggested they buy a hunting rifle. He reassured her that he could hunt the bear tomorrow and that she didn't need to worry. Lana calmed down, but then asked him if he would protect her forever. Fran's eyes widened in surprise, and Lana, blushing cutely, clarified that she meant if he would protect her for the rest of their lives. Fran began to sweat, thinking about how Lana had come to that conclusion. In his panic, he blurted out, "No!" Lana's mood shifted, and she became gloomy. She told him to forget what she said and that she didn't mean it that way. But now, hearing Fran's honest response, she felt more like the villainess. Fran panicked as Lana collected herself, apologizing and asking him not to worry about her. But as Fran looked at her, he realized that Lana, just like him, was easy to read. Before he could speak, Lana interrupted, saying that she really was the villainess and was just using him. Fran, feeling desperate to make her stop, moved closer to her. He held her in his arms, their faces just inches apart. Fran knew that he couldn't ask for anything more, that Lana had already given him more than he could have ever hoped for. He took a deep breath and told her, "I fell in love with you in spring when I was 14. I know it might sound strange, but it was love at first sight. You don't have to worry about anything." During the grand ceremony, Lana remembers seeing Prince Alfaldo with the lady near the large doorway. She looks a little sad at first, then gives a small smile as she lets the past go. In the present, Fran stands in the hallway looking extremely tense. He is convinced confessing was a huge mistake and assumes Lana must be disgusted with him. But instead, Lana is blushing hard and looks completely stunned. Her reaction catches Fran off guard. Still flustered, Lana asks if his feelings started before the party. Fran nods and explains this is why he found it strange that Rifana did not defend Lana. He then reveals the truth. The other boys had hired him to investigate their fiancés, so he already knew what everyone was doing. Lana admits she had no idea the other boys even had fiancés, even though the girls were from her own class. Fran immediately facepalms and groans, realizing he needs to figure out how much she actually remembers. Lana then asks if Fran also had a fiancé. Fran awkwardly touches his hair and casually admits that because he already loved her, he avoided any talk of marriage. Lana completely freezes in shock. Fran continues, explaining that as the eldest son of a judge, people constantly pressured him about marriage. He adds that his family, the Diddlels, were once given the name Bailey by the guardian dragon to serve as the royal family's right hand. But because of the strict social hierarchy, his family chose to step back and work from the shadows instead of letting criminals escape punishment by currying favor. He finishes by saying his family later gave up their special position and became regular officials, passing the title to his younger brother since Fran could not use it. He casually mentions that this hidden connection is the only reason he had to spend time with Alfaldo while growing up, even though the prince likely never noticed. As Fran finishes, he finally notices Lana in full meltdown mode. She is blushing hard and stammering as she tries to confirm that he really liked her back then. Fran remains completely clueless and wonders if she has a fever and why she is suddenly asking this. That comment pushes Lana over the edge. She angrily shakes her fist at him and snaps that he should be the one asking about her feelings right now. Realizing she has a point, Fran finally focuses and asks how she feels. Instead of answering normally, Lana suddenly lunges forward and headbutts him in the chest. After recovering, Fran clears his throat and turns serious. He plainly tells her that he likes her and wants to be with her, making it clear he is not staying because she might be using him. Then he lightly calls her out, reminding her that she did not even remember they were classmates at the academy. He points out that he was basically invisible to her for 6 months, which makes Lana visibly cringe. Grabbing his shirt nervously, Fran asks one last time to make sure she truly is not disgusted by his confession. Lana suddenly realizes something and gets flustered. She understands that her panic about being a villainess who was just using him was completely wrong. She lightly smacks Fran and complains that she had been worrying about this for so long and that he should have been honest much earlier. Fran looks confused, thinking he had already made his feelings obvious, but he quietly admits to himself that he was probably not clear enough. Then Lana claps her hands and points straight at him, taking control of the moment. She warns him to be ready because she is about to confirm everything, even if it gets embarrassing. Blushing hard, she directly asks if the feelings he had for her since he was 14 were truly romantic. Fran turns very shy, blushing as he covers his face and quietly admits that his feelings are truly romantic. Relieved, Lana explains that she had felt awful thinking she was just taking advantage of him, but now she is glad it was all a misunderstanding. She then double-checks one last important point, asking if he has fully cut ties with Alfaldo. Fran immediately drops the shy act, turns serious, and firmly confirms that he has. Lana continues, saying that if he had hated their fake married life, she would have simply moved out and built a house nearby. Fran explains that he was originally asked by His Majesty and her father to protect her, but he no longer owes Alfaldo anything. He adds that since she also has no intention of returning to Alcigio's, they are both free. Lana agrees and bluntly says she hated it. Fran completely misunderstands her words. Thinking she means she hated their time together, he quietly clenches his fist and accepts it with resignation. In his mind, their 6 months together were short but happy. His expression falls, and a tear begins to form as he prepares himself for the end of their relationship. Meanwhile, Lana stands there fidgeting with her hands and looking down. After a moment, she looks up with tears in her eyes and clears up the misunderstanding. She gently points out how hard it must have been for him to pretend to be in love while actually having real feelings the entire time. Through her tears, She finally admits that what she truly hated was having to fake their relationship and marriage. Fran's eyes go wide as he finally understands what she means. He stands there completely stunned. Lana then says with forced confidence that she would not mind being with him for real, as long as he is okay with her. Right after saying it, she completely short-circuits. Her face turns bright red, her eyes spin, and she panics, admitting she has never been in any romantic relationship before. Flustered, she hurriedly asks if they can start by dating first. Fran is so shocked that he awkwardly blurts out his agreement. Later that night, outside near the doghouse, Fran and Lana stand side by side looking extremely stiff. Both are blushing hard as they awkwardly confirm that they are now officially boyfriend and girlfriend. Once Fran is back inside and alone, the reality finally hits him. He drops to his knees and pinches his cheek to make sure he is not dreaming. The pain confirms it is real. He really is Lana's boyfriend, and his mind immediately spirals. He starts rolling on the floor in panic, feeling sick from the nerves. His thoughts race as he wonders what he is supposed to do now, how he is going to tell Regulus, and most of all, he realizes he has absolutely no idea what people in a relationship actually do. After completely wearing himself out, Fran suddenly goes quiet with a blank look on his face. Deciding he cannot deal with this tonight, he simply walks to his room, gets into bed, and pulls the covers over himself. Even after the confession, he spends the whole night staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Lana ends up pulling an all-nighter too, both of them overwhelmed by their new relationship. When morning comes, Lana tries to act normal and energetically hypes herself up to cook a new menu. Outside, Fran dumps a bucket of cold well water over his head to wake himself up and quickly realizes, with relief, that Lana is just as nervous as he is. Later, Fran goes to feed their horse, Lucy, while the puppies run happily around his boots. He rests his forehead against Lucy's snout, looking tired but deeply content. With a small smile, he quietly tells the horse that he and Lana are finally dating. Lucy responds with a gentle neigh. The next morning after breakfast, Fran and Lana head to Exceed to officially meet the children. Lana walks in looking very determined, while Fran silently notices how cute she looks. Regulus waits at the stairs and greets them with a bright smile, ready to introduce the kids. Fran gives a small nervous cough, trying to steady himself. He tells himself he is only looking forward to this because he misses his younger brothers, firmly denying any other reason. But when he glances at Lana, she is happily humming to herself. Seeing her like this, Fran quietly realizes just how happy she truly looks. Regulus quietly observes the two of them and notices the soft way Fran looks at Lana. She already knows he has a weakness for kids, but today he looks even happier than he did after the confession. Without saying anything, she opens the door to the room where the orphans are waiting. Inside, 6 children stand in a neat row, nervous and shy. Lana immediately steps forward with a warm smile and introduces herself as Big Sister Alana and Fran as Big Brother Euphren. She gently explains that they will stay at their house until a new family is found. A small light-haired girl steps forward, looking down as she introduces herself as Farah. Fran notices a blonde girl among them and assumes she must be the rumored cursed child, though she looks completely normal. One by one, the others introduce themselves as Al, Seidel, Nathan, Amelie, and Kuan. Lana then notices an older girl in the group and asks if she is also one of the children. The girl introduces herself as Klana and politely thanks Lana for taking them in. Hearing how similar their names sound, Lana lights up and excitedly tells Klana to treat her like a big sister. Fran watches and quietly thinks that Lana is probably just jealous of Regulus having the big sister role. Klana, touched by the warmth, covers her mouth as tears begin to form in her eyes. Suddenly, Regulus shoots a sharp, serious glare toward the staircase. Fran guesses some store employees must have been complaining about the orphans, knowing how harshly kids like them are treated here because of their hair and eye color. Regulus ignores the tension and calmly announces that since introductions are finished, it is time to head to the ranch. As they start moving, one cocky older boy marches up to Fran and tries to act tough. He points at Lana and begins insulting her, calling her an ugly pig. Before he can finish, Fran instantly snaps and lands a clean punch to the boy's head. He keeps a perfectly pleasant smile while the other terrified kids quickly drag their unconscious friend away. Still smiling, Fran gives the boy a cold warning never to insult someone's wife again. The kid panics and immediately backs down. Watching this, Regulus notes that with 5 younger brothers at home, Fran clearly knows how to handle rowdy boys. Meanwhile, the other children try to act more mature. Kyuan confidently says girls are naturally more grown-up than boys, which makes Lana smile as she warmly praises them as beautiful big sisters. Fran observes Nathan and Kyuan, impressed by their maturity, and also notices the entire group has become much quieter and better behaved after his warning. The energetic boys, Alan Seidel, immediately light up when they see the huge ranch and the cows outside. Noticing their excitement, Fran quickly gives them a job. He sends them to patrol the property with Scrunchy to watch for wild animals, warning them not to go too deep into the forest. The boys happily sprint off with the barking puppy, leaving Lana stunned at how easily Fran handled them. Fran then asks Farah to help him lead Lucy back to the stable, quietly admitting to himself that dealing with the hyper boys would be too tiring right now. He leaves the rest of the children with Lana and asks her to show them their rooms and prepare lunch. Lana is thrilled to act like the big sister and immediately pulls the kids toward the kitchen. She excitedly brags about the dragonstone tools Fran made for her, while Fran sighs to himself, knowing that is not how normal kitchens usually work. Regulus gives Fran a knowing smirk and teases him about having some energy saved up before heading off to check the dragonstone cores. This leaves Fran alone with Farah. She looks down nervously and reminds him that she is cursed. Fran stays completely calm and simply asks what about it. Instead of treating her differently, he gently takes her hand and, with a warm smile, tells her that in this house, anyone who does not work does not eat. It is his blunt but kind way of treating her like a normal kid. Fran immediately puts her to work and shows her how to remove and clean Lucy's saddle. Farah follows his instructions, but he can tell she is still very guarded around him. He quietly sighs to himself, knowing this will take time. While they work, he casually asks when she first learned she was cursed. Farah nervously explains that she found out after visiting a doctor in this country. Fran had already guessed that Dr. Melina was the one who told her. Without wasting time, he pulls a dragon stone from his pocket and announces their next step is to figure out how her curse actually works. Farah looks confused and asks why that is necessary. Fran turns serious and tells her plainly that they need to know so she can survive. He is fully aware that in her home country of Heldios, being exposed as cursed is basically a death sentence. Fran reflects on how harsh the world is for cursed people, knowing they face heavy discrimination almost everywhere. He also notices how rare Farah's blonde hair is, which reminds him of Lady Rafana and the strange Prince Clark of Mesalence. Just thinking about Clark gives him a headache, but it also makes him realize that Clark's unhealthy fixation on Alfaldo was likely the real reason the Crown Prince arrived in Selgigios a full week late. Fran refocuses and asks Farah to hold a dragon stone core. The moment it rests in her hands, the light inside the stone goes completely dark. The sudden change startles her. Fran looks mildly disappointed and casually admits he expected something more dramatic, like the stone breaking. He takes the core back, and it immediately returns to its normal glow. Seeing this, Fran calmly explains that her so-called curse simply means she cannot operate dragonstone tools. He reassures her that this will not stop her from living normally and even jokes that he was expecting a bigger reaction. Inside, Fran understands how frightening this must have been for her. She discovered the curse in a foreign country, faced cold looks from others, and likely felt like a burden the whole time. Knowing how much she has been carrying, he gives her a calm, confident smile. Fran gently pats Farah on the head and tells her that being cursed is not a big deal. Farah looks up at him as tears fill her eyes. Relief finally breaks through, and she starts crying while rubbing her eyes. Fran reassures her that she is simply a little different and that her curse is not a major problem. He tells her to start seeing herself as a normal girl. Hearing this, Farah finally smiles and nods. As the sun begins to set, Fran smiles lightly and says they should head back so they are not late for lunch. Before going inside, Fran properly introduces Farah to Lucy. He tells her the horse is very smart and suggests she talk to Lucy whenever she feels troubled. Lucy immediately leans forward and gently nuzzles Farah's face, proving his point. Fran also recommends spending time with Scrunchy, joking that since the puppy is technically older, Farah can treat her like another big sister. Farah gives him a bright, genuine smile and quietly thanks him. Seeing her finally relax and act like a normal kid, Fran returns a warm, satisfied smile, confident she will be fine from now on. A carriage soon arrives, and Dr. Melina steps out looking completely drunk. She reeks of alcohol and loudly greets Fran. Watching this, Lana silently decides that seeing an adult like this has completely killed her curiosity about drinking. Melina's irritated disciple, Eileen, follows behind and scolds the doctor for showing so little effort after traveling all the way to the frontier. Melina brushes her off and immediately asks Fran how his wife is doing, which makes him suspicious. Eileen quickly explains that Regulus asked her to come teach them basic medical care for the orphans. She also bluntly reveals that Melina drank too much and overslept. Right then, Regulus walks up and dryly remarks that she did not expect the doctor to actually show up today. Melina instantly gets defensive and loudly insists she does not drink every day. Eileen immediately shuts her down, dryly suggesting she might need daily alcohol detox medicine. Trying to move on, Melina cheerfully announces that she brought Heldio's cactus wine as a gift and tells everyone to head inside. Before anyone can move, a sudden, terrifying scream cuts through the air and freezes everyone on the spot. The moment someone mentions a snake, Regulus completely loses her composure and refuses to go near it. Fran calmly takes control and asks Farah to guide their guests safely inside. Then he heads toward the forest near Alcigio's with Scrunchy, who quickly starts growling at something ahead. In the brush, Fran finds Al and Seidel crouched low with the dog, both clearly shaken as they stare at a trail of footprints. After examining the tracks, Fran quickly realizes they belong to soldiers, which immediately raises concern in their normally quiet frontier. The boys eagerly report that they saw several armored men led by a tall noble with black hair. Fran instantly connects the dots and identifies him as Kaz. Understanding the political trouble this could bring, Fran decides the information needs to reach Alfaldo. He plans to send the Crown Prince a free report as repayment for earlier advice, already washing his hands of whatever chaos follows. With that settled, he snaps the stunned boys back to their senses and tells them it is time to head home for dinner. As the tension fades, the boys' stomachs start growling. They nervously ask if it is really fine to leave the armed group alone, but Fran casually brushes off their concern. He figures Kaz is too reckless to be a serious threat and expects the soldiers will leave eventually. Then he shifts the topic and asks if they noticed anything else during their patrol. One of the boys excitedly reports that they found a hot spring nearby. Both Fran and Lana are clearly caught off guard by the news. Later, everyone gathers around a large dinner spread. Regulus is already thinking about the profits and gets visibly excited about the hot spring's potential. Lana immediately teases her for turning it into a business idea. While everyone eats, Fran notices little Amelie staring blankly at her plate, looking out of it. At the same time, Lana wonders where Klana went, and Fran reaches across the table to get Amelie's attention, but he completely misjudges the distance and grabs Lana's hand instead. Both of them freeze. The moment Fran realizes what he did, his face turns bright red. Lana instantly panics, blushing hard as she rushes out a flustered stream of apologies, while Regulus watches in total confusion. Desperate to escape, Fran suddenly grabs an empty jug, awkwardly announces he needs to refill the water, and quickly rushes out of the room, startling the dog on his way. Outside, Fran has a full internal meltdown. He keeps thinking about how soft and warm her hand felt, then immediately scolds himself for overreacting to something so small. He mentally berates himself for acting this awkward when they are already officially a couple. After forcing himself to calm down, Fran leans against the stone well with a blank expression and quietly wonders why he always ends up back at this exact well whenever he panics. Hoping cold water will reset his brain, Fran aggressively splashes his face at the well. Just as he starts to settle down, a familiar voice suddenly calls his name. He turns and sees Uncle, Erlet, Carlet, and Mr. Clow casually walking toward him together. Fran quickly reads the situation. He figures Mr. Clow is here for work related to the facilities, while Uncle just wanted an excuse to check on the kids. Seeing Dardis and Carne with them, he guesses Carne wants to help with the harvest, and Dardis is probably looking for advice about seeking refuge here. Fran thinks Carne's farming experience would be perfect for training the orphans, but Al and Seidel immediately protest, loudly insisting they can handle the harvest on their own. Ignoring the noise, Fran casually invites everyone inside the cafe to eat. When someone notices another carriage parked nearby, Fran explains it belongs to Dr. Melina, her disciple, and Regulus. The moment they hear a doctor is present, the group panics and assumes the children are sick. Fran quickly reassures them that Melina is only there for routine checkups and to prepare for winter health issues. Uncle instantly relaxes and overreacts by offering to send sheep to keep everyone warm. Fran bluntly tells him to stop acting like an overprotective grandfather. With that settled, he smoothly shifts the conversation and asks Carlet about his upcoming wedding. Carlet immediately tenses up and begs him to drop the subject. He explains that at the Royal Academy, his brother's fiancée was stolen by the so-called beloved child of Divaldio's. He describes the man as a complete mess who uses his abnormal glow as an excuse to build a harem, claiming the sacred power grows stronger the more women love him, even if they are already engaged. Hearing this, Fran realizes they are talking about the chosen one from Divaldio's, the nation protected by the purple dragon of knowledge. Fran quietly reflects on Divaldio's, noting their alchemy is highly advanced. They can turn stone into water and metal into gold, so they rely less on dragonstone tools. For a moment, he considers that Farah might actually fit in there since she cannot use dragonstones anyway. He quickly drops the idea, knowing he cannot send a young girl off to a foreign country alone. Returning to the conversation, Fran looks at Dardis and asks why he came all the way to the frontier. Dardis looks worn out and simply admits that things at the school have become too difficult. Fran then heads back into the cafe, catching Lana off guard when he brings the whole group inside. Uncle Dultanel loudly claims he only came to check on everyone, but his attention immediately locks onto the children's messy dining table. He loses his temper and scolds Fran for not teaching them proper table manners. Lana quickly defends the kids, cheerfully saying their messy eating just shows they enjoy her cooking. Uncle ignores her and spirals into worry. He urgently asks Dr. Melina to examine the children, dramatically fearing they might collapse out here after everything they have been through. Fran quietly sighs, clearly annoyed by the old man's overreaction, while Melina confidently assures everyone the situation is under control. Amid the noise, Mr. Clow brings up the ongoing problem of finding someone to lead the orphanage. Right then, Dardis steps forward and calmly volunteers. But the moment he enters the room, he locks eyes with Clanna. Both of them instantly blush, and Fran silently watches as an unexpected spark forms in the middle of the chaos. Clanna and Dardis stay locked in an intense, blushing stare until Fran finally smacks Dardis across the face to snap him out of it. He tells him to calm down and reminds him they still need proper introductions. Dardis quickly straightens up and loudly introduces himself as Dardis Qual Dest, son of a count from Alcigios. Clanna responds with a warm smile and introduces herself as the children's current guardian, followed by a nervous Karn. Introductions continue with Eileen and Dr. Melina. Staying completely true to herself, Melina casually announces that she happily accepts alcohol as payment. Instead of reacting strangely, Lana immediately gets excited. She throws her hand up and boldly declares they need to go find rice. Karn starts sweating and warns her that making alcohol takes a long time and a lot of work. Lana confidently replies that she once read about fermenting rice with malt back in her old home. Regulus instantly catches on, already imagining huge profits from selling rare, high-quality alcohol to the guardian dragons of Heldios and Brexilios. Watching the chaos unfold, Fran quietly sighs, knowing that once Lana decides to make something, nothing can stop her. He rubs his head, privately worrying that Lana will start neglecting her sleep and health because of this new obsession. His thoughts are cut off when Dardis suddenly grabs him, clearly stressed about Clanna living under the same roof. Fran calmly explains that Clanna is simply staying in the children's room. That answer immediately energizes Dardus, and he boldly declares he is officially staying in the country. Dardus loudly declares his grand plan to stay in the country and marry Clanna. Fran responds with a flat good luck. Watching the scene, Lana quietly sweats and starts wondering if every man from Alcigio's is this intense. Out of nowhere, the other men begin throwing out smooth compliments, which completely confuses Fran. Lana quickly steps in and cheerfully explains that in Alcigio's, gentlemen are expected to constantly praise ladies. Hearing that, Fran finally connects the dots. He remembers Lana once saying their world runs on the logic of a reverse harem romance story. It suddenly makes sense why Lady Rifana was always endlessly praised by Alfaldo and the other nobles. Thinking back, Fran notes that to anyone outside that setting, the whole overly sweet behavior just looks like obvious favoritism. He quietly reasons that no one wants to offend the guardian dragon, so it is natural that high-ranking nobles would go out of their way to pamper anyone with the sacred glow. He admits to himself that part of him still resents how Lana was pushed aside to keep Rifana happy. But he quickly lets that feeling go, realizing that those events are exactly what led him to his current peaceful life with Lana. Without thinking, Fran gently takes her hand. The other men immediately notice his overly serious expression, and Fran awkwardly snaps back to reality. Eileen suddenly drops a thick stack of lesson plans into Fran's arms and casually informs him that starting in October, he will be commuting to teach classes 3 times a week. Realizing his workload just exploded, Fran immediately decides the first thing he needs to secure is rice for Lana's alcohol project. Right then, Lana tilts her head innocently and asks about the upcoming hunting festival, completely distracting him. Fran explains that the festival is mainly used to thin out the wild boars before harvest, but the real highlight is the huge cash prize for whoever hunts the biggest one. Remembering how much money they just spent on the children in the shop, both Fran and Lana immediately lock in on the reward and agree they have to win it. Fran confidently adds that he is actually a skilled hunter, which leaves Regulus stunned at how many things he is good at. Lana gets fully excited at the idea of hunting a wild boar, shocking the Alcigio's men since noblewomen normally never participate in hunts. Fran quietly notes her complete lack of hesitation, understanding why this rough festival is not exactly popular with most people. Most city residents only enjoy the meat afterward. Actually joining the hunt means handling firearms and facing dangerous beasts, which makes ordinary participants think twice. Fran, however, already has plenty of experience hunting and cutting down monsters, so he shows no hesitation and agrees to look into joining the event. The men quickly point out a major problem. Fran does not even own a hunting rifle yet. They immediately grab him and start dragging him off to buy one. On the way, Mr. Cloud drops some alarming news. A massive black bear, nearly 5 meters tall, was recently spotted in the eastern forest. Cloud warns that the creature was too large to kill and may still be roaming nearby, making a rifle necessary for safety. Hearing this, Lana grows visibly worried, while Regulus notes that a beast that size could easily wander toward their ranch and target the livestock. Fran quietly agrees. A normal bear might be manageable, but something that big could tear through their fences in seconds. He quickly realizes that 1 or 2 rifle shots would barely slow down a monster of that size. If the worst happens, he needs to be fully prepared. Fran tells Lana he is heading out, silently touched by how genuinely concerned she looks. In his mind, he reviews the danger. Bears usually avoid places where they were defeated, but this one was only chased away, not beaten. That means it could come back. If the creature targets their animals or fields, the damage would be both emotional and financial. Looking at the orphans, Fran decides he has to deal with the threat quickly and quietly before it scares the children. And more than anything, he knows he needs to return fast before his worried wife works herself into a panic. Fran gently taps Lana's shoulder to reassure her and gives her a warm, confident smile. He promises he will come straight home the moment he buys the rifle. Lana immediately melts, blushing hard at his gentle promise. Fran quickly snaps back to focus and hurries off with the group, thinking the faster he finishes, the sooner he can return to her. On the way to town, Mr. Clow compliments Lucy. Fran casually reveals she has dragon horse blood, which makes her much tougher than normal horses, even if she cannot fly. He briefly remembers getting her on his 15th birthday, while his brother received a pure-blooded dragon horse. Instead of feeling jealous, Fran had been relieved, taking it as proof he was free from inheriting the family's heavy responsibilities. Back in the present, Fran notices Klau's horse keeping pace with Lucy, mostly because the other horse is clearly fixated on her. They soon arrive at the local gun shop, where the old shopkeeper with glasses immediately narrows his eyes at Fran and bluntly asks who the red-headed boy is. Fran quietly groans, already used to frontier locals treating him like a suspicious kid, though having Klau with him at least makes the situation easier to handle.